Today I'll be playing all of Zelda Breath of the Wild, the whole thing, okay? I spent hundreds of hours on this video, and let me tell you, this was not easy. But some wild things happened, okay? Some crazy stuff. Whether you're a big Zelda fan or a fresh starter, you're gonna love this, okay? Or not. I don't control you. I don't know. The sequel will be out very soon though, so maybe this is a good refresher if you have brain rot like me and can't remember anything. Let's get to it then. Starting off strong here, I heard a voice in my head telling me to wake up.
Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
After waking up in a weird vat filled with blue liquid, I woke up to a nearby pedestal with an interesting item on it.
That is a Sheikah slate.
You wake up in a cold, dark room, and they give you an iPad. I picked up the Sheikah slate and the nearby door opened up. I then walked into the next room where I found some clothing waiting for me. It's coming apart at the seams, just like all my pieces of clothing that I've been wearing for the past 10 years. I then authenticated the slate on the pedestal and the huge door started opening.
Link, you are the light. Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again. Now go.
With those words in mind, I climbed up the ledge and finally walked outside to one of the most beautiful introductions in gaming history. Getting out of this cave and feeling like you could just reach any part of that landscape is just incredible. And right after taking a look at the horizon, I spotted a man nearby. I then picked a stick off the ground to use just in case the old man there was looking for some beef. I picked up some mushrooms off the ground, which I'm sure are perfectly edible, and then I got a quest to follow the Sheikah slate. Since I didn't like the way the old man was looking at me, I decided to push a boulder so it would crush his spine. Yes! Go, my boulder! Oh no, okay, we completely missed him. I picked an apple off a tree and also tried to steal this homeless man's food, which he did not appreciate. He said it was weird to see another soul in these parts, and that he was just an old man who had lived here for some time. I asked him where we were, and he said that this place was called the Great Plateau, the birthplace of the entire kingdom of Hyrule, apparently. He pointed to a huge temple nearby, said that was a sacred place 100 years prior, before the kingdom's downfall. I then stole his torch and proceeded to tell the man that I was gonna use it to commit arson. I then used the torch to light a nearby campfire, picked up an axe to cut down a tree, and picked up the wood from it, which is always a useful resource. I jumped from the nearby ledge into the circle in the water, and the little guy popped up, a Korok. He was surprised I could see him, and told me that if I ran into the Hestu, I should return this Korok seed to him. Alright, apparently these guys were gonna have some puzzles around for me. On the cliff nearby, there was also a sword dug into the rock, and it was really bad. I quickly grabbed some fish from the water, like an actual caveman, right before finding something to test my rusty sword on, my first bokoblin. After collecting parts from the slain creature, I got some bird eggs from one of the trees, and this weird slime just appeared out of nowhere on the ground, so I killed it, of course, and I got some jelly out of it. At this point, I spotted another bokoblin nearby, a little red goblin over there, so I decided to be all sneaky about it this time. Let me get up to him. And of course I completely failed. Since I wasn't satisfied, I decided to sneak up on another guy, and this time it worked. I stole all his possessions and then forgot about his existence, leaving him with no legacy in the world. While exploring the ruins nearby, I got a hold of some trousers, which, I mean, thank god, mine were absolutely ruined. I also found some arrows in a pot, but I didn't really have a bow. I couldn't really shoot them, so I guess I could just like poke people, I don't know. While walking around, I saw these weird squid robots. Yeah, pretty weird, pretty ominous. Further in the ruins, I actually found a bow, adding onto my arsenal of murder weapons. I can also use motion controls to move it around, which is really nice. Walking into this temple, I saw a huge statue of some goddess, I think. I tried to walk to her, but it looks like she wasn't in the mood at the moment, so I let it go for now. Exploring a little more, I found a huge ladder that led to the roof, where I found a stronger bow, making the old one immediately useless. Soldier's bow, immediate upgrade. I'll hold on to the traveler's bow for now. Until it breaks. We'll use the soldier bow right after. Following the quest marker on my Sheikah slate, I came across a camp of bokoblins, and they were cooking some unidentified meat. I decided to steal the meat, of course, and use the good old boulder technique to absolutely detonate them. Hell yeah, dude! Got him! Seared steak. I then killed 2 more scouts that were looking to shoot me and got a bow out of it. I used my new bow to absolutely snipe a man out of his boots, and then stole his shield, and I also got my first sword from him. At that point, I finally reached my only quest marker, into a hidden entrance to a rock with another pedestal in it. Place the Sheikah Slate in the pedestal. After some shaking, I woke up at the top of a huge tower, and someone sent me a software update for my slate, adding satellite view for my Google Maps. I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Try to remember. You have been asleep for the past 100 years. The beast. When the beast regains its true power, this world will face its end. You must hurry, Link. Before it's too late.
With some added anxiety about the world ending and a new piece of the map, I brought out the slate. And I took a look at what I had done so far, and at just how big the map is. This thing is big, okay? This is a big game. I then climbed back down the tower, and the old man reached me, using a weird flying device. He pointed out the huge tower behind me and asked me if anything weird had happened. I told him about the voice I heard, and that I didn't recognize it. He said that it was a shame. Yeah, this man clearly knew more than he let on, okay? He told me that the terrifying cloud surrounding the castle was Calamity Ganon, the thing that destroyed the kingdom 100 years before. Yeah, seems like a bad thing. I told him that I wanted to make my way there, since, you know, the magical voice in my head thought I was supposed to. But he told me that we were basically trapped on the plateau, and that I need a paraglider like his to make my way down. He then told me he'd part with it for some treasure from a weird shrine nearby. Very well, I really want that thing. Before making my way there, however, I made a quick stop at a bokoblin camp in the vicinity. Right, let's try to clear this bokoblin camp. Oh my god, hold on. I need to remember how combat works. There it is! After absolutely ruining these bokoblins' lives, I rummaged through everything they had like a rodent, and I found a few pieces of equipment and an acorn. Add one to a meal for a nutty seasoning. Oh, bro, don't say that! There was also this weird chest that opened when I murdered everything. The camp had a cooking pot, where with some of the stuff I had found around, I managed to cook myself a mighty elixir and a steamed fish, which would help me in the apparently huge adventure I was supposed to go on. I eventually arrived at the Omen Au shrine, where I used my slate to open the door. I then took the elevator to go into whatever secret layer was waiting for me under this thing. Inside this weird place, which kinda resembled the room I had woken up in, I got another update from my iPad. So now I had magnesis and manipulate metallic objects using magnetism. I used it to get through this place. I can just push these, and also to flawlessly kill a little squid creature. The little squid man dropped me some ancient materials as well, which, good, I'll take it. After making it through the shrine, I found a literal mummified man, Oman Au, I think, and he gave me a cool orb to ponder. Sure, I'll take it. I made my way out of that basement, and I once again saw the old man plummet towards me at max speed. It seems you managed to get your hands on a spirit orb, well done. How did you know? Clairvoyance, or perhaps just something similar. Alright, bro. This man is the sassest man around. In fact, yeah, turns out he was lying. He now wanted me to visit 3 more shrines before he gave me the flying device. I suppose I changed my mind. I'm sure that won't be a problem for a young go-getter like you. Alright, bro, sure. At this time, I was just considering mugging the man, but I didn't have a gun, so I decided to let it go for now. He also told me that I can teleport. You can travel instantly to any of those places with the Sheikah Slate. Or so I heard quite some time ago. I do not know if it actually works as such. Bro. I guess I followed his advice and, went and teleported on the tower. And he's somehow already waiting for me there. Great. He also told me about the scope on my slate. Once again, knowing way too much. I don't know what to say about this guy. Once on the ground, I decided to take advantage of an amiibo figure I had. This would be the only one we'd ever use. But it was extremely important since it allowed us to spawn a good boy. On the way to one of the shrines, I found a weird skull rock just sitting around, and I started thinking of a devious plan to blow the place up, but the wolf had a different opinion on the matter. He just started sprinting towards the camp, and I had to abandon my sneaky strategy and follow him. What the fuck? What was that? I eventually made my way to some ruins, where the first of the 3 shrines was located. After the disaster from before, I could not risk the dog ruining my strategies anymore, so I told him to stay put and went in solo. After killing a couple of skeleton bokoblins that had attacked me, I spotted one of those weird squid robots, broken on the ground. And for some reason, the dog just went straight in and decided to attack it. Oh no. And the thing activated. Oh no! And just like that, my best friend was already dead. Good boy, but God was he dumb. I tried to shield myself from the damn thing, but nothing. The laser just vaporized my shield from my hand and I could only run. The dog nobly sacrificed its life for you? He didn't do anything! There were no positive results! Oh no! I shot a second one in the eye, hoping it would buy me some time, and then ran for cover over a wall. There's a chest up there. I don't even know what to say about this. Nintendo Switch shirt? Okay, no, I'm not keeping this on. There's no way I'm keeping that on. At that point, I was desperate, so I just took shelter inside the shrine, where I got another drop of technology on my tablet. And it was a bomb. Great. I wish I had the app on my real phone. Damn. I used it to blow up a nearby wall, as you do, and then opened a hidden chest around the corner. Alright. Further into the shrine, I figured out the basic of the trial. This shrine is about throwing balls around. I cleared out some rocks and then launched myself around like a dead weight. Is this a thing? Holy fuck! I got my second orb. My mans once again evaporated into thin air, and I made my way back up. As soon as I was back, I decided to avenge the dumbest dog on Earth by trying to, deflect the laser of this thing back at it. Yeah, I know, but that didn't really work out for me very well, as you can imagine. And I went back for round 2, of course. I'll do it this time. I just need to get the timing right. This time, somehow, I actually managed to time my shield correctly, yes! And I sent the laser straight back to the damn thing. This is not how lasers work in real life, okay? Do not try this at home. Honestly, my ego got boosted a little too much there, and I went in to kill the second one. And it worked. Oh my god! God Gamer, I got it! We're never losing to a Guardian ever again. Honestly, this was the point of no return in the path to become an absolute egomaniac. Guys, I'll just call the wolf Felonius. Completely ignoring all chat suggestions, I decided to name our dead dog Felonius, based off the fact that he apparently liked killing things more than living. And, you know, for other reasons as well. Felonius is an important name to me. While walking to the next shrine, I saw a few bokoblins camping nearby, so I decided to use biological warfare against them by unleashing some bees. Look at these two dumbasses being chased by the bees. Then I killed them and stole all their stuff. Just to clear the area, I decided to adopt a stealthy strategy for the next camp. I put a barrel over my head and metal geared my way through this place. I stole the honey from some bees, found some bomb arrows hidden in a cave. Bomb arrow! And those would be very useful to us. And I got the chest at the top of the camp, which had a spear inside. I then raided the camp for some arrows and stuff and moved on. I reached a hut in this little forest here, looking like a really cozy place, I gotta say. And also I found a diary in the house. The old man's diary. On this desolate plateau, the only pleasure that brings me comfort is cooking. Very interesting read. I do not know how I allowed this to happen, but it seems I forgot to write down a very important recipe. If I did find someone who knew the missing ingredient, I would happily reward them with my warm tablet. You know me, if I sniff reward, I'm doing it, dude. I sniped a bird outside to gather some food, and soon after I found out that the hut actually belonged to the old man. Look at that, what a crazy coincidence, huh? He asked me to help him cut down a tree there, so I went ahead and did that for the old bones there. I had an axe in my hand, I had trees I could cut, and I also had this ravine that I couldn't really get to the other side of, so I figured out an epic gamer strat and made myself a bridge. But I was still interested in the reward from the old man, so let's cook his dish. 1 spicy pepper, Hyrule bass, and I think we gotta use poultry. I cooked his own recipe right in front of his own eyes, spicy meat and seafood fry, and then gave it to him, and he gave me a warm doublé, which would help me in my upcoming climb of the mountain. What if I just cooked the shroom by itself? Since I was there, I also went ahead and cooked myself some more food. I then walked to the other side, quickly dispatched a couple of dudes just chilling out there. POV. Your friends pull a prank on you. The prank. Got some fire arrows from a cave, and then started making my way up the rock wall. I walk? Yes. Oh no! This is extremely dangerous. Do not try this at home, please, I beg of you. After a lot of struggling and an insane full body workout, I reached the top, and immediately saw the shrine waiting for me right there. In the shrine, I got my 3rd power, which allowed me to literally stop time. I think they gave me too much power, honestly. I used it to stop a ball from moving. Then, while this other ball was frozen, I accumulated some energy into it with a big hammer that I found, and it went flying. That was sick. I got my 3rd ball and then got the hell out of that place. As soon as I was outside, I tested my new power on a nearby rock, which probably hit some random orphan in the distance, a few kilometers away. Then I grabbed my reward for committing that atrocity and got rid of the 2 fellas trying to mug me and steal my wallet. I then started making my way up the wall here, but the problem was, this mountain was cold, so I was kinda freezing to death. To help me out, I ate the spicy meat and seafood fry that I had made for the old man, and for 3 minutes, we're not as cold anymore. On the way, I dispatched a few local people by blowing up their homes until I find my way to a lake. River of the Dead! That's quite the name. I cut down a few trees nearby to make kind of a makeshift bridge, but the bridge, yeah, it didn't really work. I guess there's a reason it's called the River of the Dead. I had to try again. Okay, we can do it. And this time I made my way to the other side, somehow. One of the trees had dropped a Korok leaf, which I used to blow wind into the sail of this little raft I found. Yes, it's moving! I made my way across the river and started climbing the final mountain here. On the way, I blew some people off the mountain with my leaf. Don't pick up the fucking barrel! What the? And then I went into the final shrine. This one gave me ice powers. I could now just kind of create a block of ice on any water surface. I used it to climb up a little ledge, open up a gate, and raise a bridge. And I finally had my last ball. Just outside the shrine, this old man was waiting for me again. He's just everywhere, apparently. Extraordinary. That means it is finally time. It is finally time for me to tell you everything. Imagine an X on your map with the 4 shrines as the endpoints. Find the spot where those lines intersect. And then he just kind of disappeared into thin air. I teleported back to the Shrine of Resurrection, apparently that's what my bed was called, and then went to the place the old man mentioned, which was pretty much just on top of the Temple of Time here. Now let's just open this up real quick. On the way I also blew myself up trying to break some rock. What the fuck? When I walked back into the abandoned temple though, the statue was glowing. I interacted with it and it gave me a stamina vessel. That's gonna be really useful for sure. Then I got called out by the old man who was on top of the roof, so I took the nearest ladder and tried to reach him, and he was standing there, waiting for me.
Well done there, young one. Now then, the time has come to show you who I truly am. I was King Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule. I was the last leader of Hyrule. A kingdom which no longer exists. The Great Calamity was merciless. It devastated everything in its path. Lo, a century ago. I think you are now ready. Ready to hear what happened 100 years ago. To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age-long past. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors. These relics, the divine beasts, were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. With the princess as their commander, we dubbed these pilots champions, a name that would solidify their unique bond. The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay. Ganon was cunning, and he responded with a plan beyond our imagining. He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the Guardians and the divine beasts, turned them against us. The champions lost their lives, those residing in the castle as well. The appointed knight, gravely wounded, collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon. The princess survived to face Ganon alone.
Link, you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
my dear Zelda. And the courageous knight who protected her right up to the very end. That knight was none other than you, Link. You were taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you now stand, revitalized 100 years later. The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. You must save her, my daughter, and do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Follow the road out to Korok Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell you more about the path that lies ahead.
And with that, we had a purpose and a paraglider. Time to save the kingdom, I guess. Hell yes. I've told you everything I can. Link must save Hyrule. Sure thing. Destroy Ganon, seek out Impa. Okay. I finally jumped off the tower and made my first test flight down to some ruins nearby. Of course, it was the ruins with the murder machines, so I somehow managed to kill one again, and I looked out into the distance for my next destination. And there was a weird light on a mountain there. Yeah, we're seeing weird stuff. Before the next leg of my journey, I took a little nap next to the fire here and finally prepared to get off this damn plateau. Here I was, in Hyrule Kingdom. The land we were apparently supposed to save. My first few seconds on the ground were an immediate disaster. I killed a slime, threw a weird rock goblin on the ground and he exploded, and then found those two really tall muscular men that smacked the hell out of me. I somehow managed to survive and stole all of their stuff. I then decided to move towards the huge banners in the distance. This place was in ruins, and there were some weapons scattered around. I got a rustic halberd. I guess we'll be using that to give tetanus to our enemies. I made my way to East Post Ruins, and I found a new shrine there. This one was called the Akkala Shrine. What's next? The These Natos Shrine? What is happening? This one was about some wind turbines. I had to fly around and stuff. Oh, that's it? That easy? Okay. A man evaporated into thin air again, you know, usual stuff. As soon as I got out, I started being bombarded by some DLC stuff. Ancient horse rumors. What am I doing with an ancient horse? Xenoblade Chronicles 2? I don't know, there's ads in my Zelda game now. On the bridge here, I met my first real human, whose name was Brigo. I tried to jump off the bridge to catch some fish, and he stopped me. Oh my god. Bro thought I was trying to oof myself. Imagine. I saw some smoke in the forest, so I went towards it. There was this weird stone tower, so I don't know, I just climbed it. And there was some money on top. Near the fire in the forest, there was this man, Gyro. He wanted to sell me stuff, but I was broke. I had $1.20 to my name. And of course, I spent it on some truffles. That stuff is good. I went mining nearby, hoping to make some money back, but all I found was this salt. Crystallized from the ancient sea, commonly used to season meals. Is this the sea from the Wind Waker? And some flint. Flint is like diamonds in this world, okay? It's a rare commodity. You'll see why. I tried to cook my truffles here, and I got some hearty mushroom skewer. This thing is the stuff, okay? Literally full heals you. I experimented by adding some different ingredients, but apparently it made it worse? Lesson learned, alright? I'm just cooking mushrooms from now on. I took advantage of the fire here to sleep till morning. I said bye to my man Gyro and kept walking. I started going towards a tower nearby, and I had to clear some dudes in the area. Near the tower here, I got a spear, and I killed this evil octopus dude. What the fuck? Then I started climbing this Dueling Peaks tower. Let's make it up. Yo. Yo. And I unlocked a new area of the map. This thing was huge. Okay. I also got a Sheikah sensor. Apparently this thing could help me find shrines. But the damn thing wouldn't stop beeping. So I just deactivated it and never thought about it again. I then started climbing one of the two mountains, the Dueling Peaks here. And I had a nice surprise towards the top. Oh no! Guys! A senior stone talus. I don't even know what the hell that means. All I know is that I was dead. Okay, gone. The rock just murdered me. I was not having it, okay? We gotta kill the rock. Jesus Christ, bro. Come on. Yes, dude. You big boy. Got him. I eventually made it up the mountain, and there was a little Korok guy under a rock. Bro was literally living under a rock. Okay, I saw a shrine on the other side, and I went over there. This one was called the Shivanir Shrine. The shrines atop these peaks share a connection. Their memory, the answer to the other's question. Apparently, this was like a double puzzle. I had to find another shrine and switch the positions of the balls between the two. I don't know why everything is about balls around here, but okay. Thank God I have incredible memory for numbers. That kinda saved me. It's terrible for literally anything else, but for some reason I'm good with numbers. I took a flight down and I saw this weird horse head statue and another shrine. Apparently this was the Dueling Peaks stable. Nice. That is the ugliest horse head I've ever seen in my entire life. This girl here, Sajasa, gave me a potion to go fast. Very nice of her. But we had a problem here. There were some spikes in front of the shrine here, and I needed to unlock the thing to have a fast travel point at the stable. And, you know, completely forgetting I could just create pillars of ice, I decided my best option was to fly all the way from the top of the mountain again. This Hadamar shrine was all about, you guessed it, creating pillars of ice. They really had to turn the knife in the wound there. By the time I got out of there, it was day again, and I started exploring the whole place here. Doggo! Yo, they got a little bell, look! Talked to Broca here, who was interested in Kakariko Village, and then to Hino. This guy knew a lot about the moon for some reason. Keep him in mind here, okay? He's gonna be very important in the story later on. Welcome to the Dueling Peaks stable. What do you think of the place? Pretty nice, yeah? The owners taught me how to catch a wild horse as well. Crazy stuff. I also found a weird guy in here called Beedle. He was a merchant, apparently. This man is dripped out. I decided to listen to the owners there and went to catch myself a wild horse. I snuck up on this cool-looking dude here. What's up, buddy? After I calmed down my man, I brought him back to the stable, and I named him Socrates. I like naming horses like Greek philosophers for some reason. I don't know, it just kind of fits. They even gave me a saddle and a bridle for him. Pretty sweet. With my new friend, I followed the road north to Kakariko Village, where King Roham Bosphoramus Hyrule sent me. On the way there, I saw this weird guy. It's been 100 years since anyone has been able to see me. My god, bro. Those monsters over there stole my beloved maracas. I can't use my powers without them. Please get my maracas back from them. The man was too cute, so I had to find his maracas, and nothing was gonna stop me. I went to the nearby cliff, killed the local bokoblin gang that stole Hastu's maracas. Holy fuck! Plucked their intestines from their bodies for some reason. Bokoblin guts? And I recovered Hastu's stuff from a chest. Hastu's beloved maracas. He's been shaking them since he was 2 years old. That is so cute. Covered in blood and guts, I went back to my man's and gave him his instruments back. He was so stoked that he upgraded all my inventory slots in exchange for some Korok seeds I found, and he told me to find him in Korok Forest somewhere. Alright, we'll probably do that. I said bye to Hastu and kept traveling between the hills, until I finally reached Kakariko Village, where I was supposed to continue my quest. I started my second day by talking to this lady here with a broken ankle. She told me to go look for Impa in the village. I spoke to a couple of orphans on the way there. He dropped an egg! He pooped out an egg! I attacked a chicken, which in hindsight wasn't an amazing idea, considering it called the chicken military force on me. The chicken armies have come to get me! Talon egg? Sure, okay, I'm hiding in this. Oh my god, how long does this last? I ran inside to hide from the chicken special forces. Yeah, you hit the chickens, you get cocked. This was a test of strength, apparently. They gave me some weapons, and a little guardian guy spawned there. I think this was supposed to be a combat tutorial, but I was already cracked at the game, so yeah. Not much of an issue. On the way to Impa's house, I also stopped by a clothing shop, where I got myself some decent gear, finally. I got this sick hood, look at that. There was this ninja set, which looked pretty cool, but damn. 600, 700, it cost a lot. What am I, made of money? I equipped my new drip and got the hell out of that place. How dare you trespass upon Lady Impa's abode? Bro, I'm just at the entrance. At the entrance, a couple of guards recognized the Sheikah slate, so they let me in. Also, there was this really shy girl next to the front door. Link's new look must give him some serious riz. I opened the doors and got in the house.
So, you're finally awake.
Impa seemed surprised that I didn't recognize her, and told me that after I died, Zelda decided to put me in the Shrine of Resurrection, and then went alone to face Ganon. She told me she's been waiting 100 years to deliver the princess's message. Damn! And that she'd recount what happened, since I had lost my memory.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages. This evil has been turned back time and time again by a warrior wielding the soul of a hero and a princess who carries the blood of the goddess. So listen closely as I tell you of this legend that occurred 10,000 years ago. Hyrule was then blossoming as a highly advanced civilization. The people thought it wise to utilize their technological prowess to ensure the safety of the land should Calamity Ganon ever return. They constructed 4 mechanical wonders that came to be known as the Divine Beasts. They also built a legion of autonomous weapons called Guardians. The Divine Beasts were piloted by 4 individuals of exceptional skill from across the land, and thus the plan to neutralize Ganon was forged. The princess and the hero fought alongside these 4 champions against this ancient evil. And when the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness delivered his final blow, the princess used her sacred power to seal away Calamity Ganon.
Impa told me that 100 years prior, Hyrule attempted to replicate what had happened 10,000 years before, but for them, it didn't go as well. In order to avoid the same mistake, the princess left me these words: free the 4 divine beasts. The divine beast Rudania, controlled by Daruk of the Gorons. The divine beast Medoh, controlled by Revali of the Rito. The divine beast Ruta, controlled by Mipha of the Zora. And the divine beast Naboris, controlled by Urbosa of the Gerudo. You must infiltrate the divine beasts that were stolen away by Ganon 100 years ago and bring them back to our side. Impa then pointed 4 locations on my Sheikah slate with the positions of the beasts and told me that I must speak with each of the leaders of the 4 races that live there. She also told me that I should go meet someone at the research lab in Rito Village. Okay, damn, that was a lot. Now I was supposed to calm down some beasts, but first I had to make my way to Rito Village. Alright. Before leaving, I decided to look around the house. I found this diary upstairs. Paya's diary? I mean, at this point I've killed hundreds of bokoblins. I'm not gonna stop my crimes at invasion of privacy, okay? I talked to Paya again, and she told me about some fairy. She talked about some other stuff as well. My name is Paya. The reason I was named Paya is because I have a birthmark shaped like a papaya seed. Where is it? Well, it's kinda... Master Link, I advise you to change the subject. I'll answer you someday, just not today. What's happening? I then said bye to Paya, busted the door opens, and started my new journey. Right outside there was this guy, Picango, and he started mentioning this fairy fountain as well. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, honestly, so I just went to the statue of the goddess nearby and got myself my first heart container for all of the bowls the monks gave me so far. Your life force has been strengthened, increasing your maximum number of hearts by 1. The little voices in my head also told me to strip to my shorts under the pouring rain and go talk to Paya, which was, it was kind of funny, I guess. Master Link, that immodest outfit is quite unbecoming of a hero like you. Link has got too much wrist, bro. The guard in front also told me to be careful about this mysterious Yiga clan. I don't get why everybody's so on edge about this here. I have no idea what they're talking about. After some shopping around and talking to people, I visited the forest near the shrine, where I found this really weird, flower? There were some fairies around it, which I snatched. I also got some silent princess flowers. Pretty nice. I then got close to the plant in the middle, and a huge hand came out and asked me for 100 rupees. I do not have that kind of money. I had to sell all my gems to an old lady for this, but damn, was it worth it. Giant woman came out of the damn thing. Well worth the investment there. She upgraded my gear, I think. Can't remember. I couldn't focus very well for some reason. Near the forest, I met this child again. Yeah, bad stuff. Also, the other one was down at the cemetery. I decided to play hide and seek with one of them to cheer them up for the death of their mother. And Kotla here gave me some rock salt. Crunchy crunchables. She said she eats it? Rock salt? These kids are insane. She eats salt? At this point, my time in Kakariko Village was up. I stole a hoe from one of the farms and started making my way towards Rito Village. I met a merchant on the way. I don't have money, bro, but sure. And then this traveler. What's up? And guess what? He tried to assassinate me. He was one of the Yiga assassins. I sacrificed my hoe to kill him, and he dropped me some bananas. I took a left turn this time towards Hateno village, and I reached Fort Hateno here. This place was absolutely littered with guardians. Something big must have happened in this place. Near the fort walls, there was a guy in a hut, Calip or something. He told me something about some cursed statue. Crazy stuff. I got stopped by another assassin on the way, and then something weird happened. The sky started looking red.
Ganon's power grows. It rises to its peak under the hour of the blood moon. By its glow, the aimless spirits of monsters slain in the name of the light return to flesh.
So just all the monsters respawned. Great, I'm glad. I burned the thorns at the bottom of the tower and started making my way up. Oh shit! Dude, we can see so much from here. Software update. That's such a huge portion of the map. Oh my god. I flew back down to Socrates and kept going. Found some cool rocks and ran into another assassin. Again, what is happening today? I should have listened to the people in Kakariko. I also saved 2 girls in the forest from bokoblins. They were looking for truffles. I don't blame them, alright? That stuff is good. Finally, I made it to the village. A man with a big fork stopped me, thinking I was a bokoblin, a real smart guy. I immediately got convinced to visit the East Wind General Store. We got fresh milk. Oh my god, hearty truffles. I also went into this place where they paint clothes. This man was cooking something weird, okay? I don't like this man. Welcome to Kochi Dye Shop, where we live to die. Who is this man? I also went to another clothing shop. They sold some heavy armor here, but the owner was creepy as hell, so I got the hell away from there. I saw these houses made out of cubes here, made by the Bolson Construction Company, apparently. Average house in Ohio. And it didn't take long before I found this company. The guys were demolishing a house nearby. They were going crazy with sledgehammers. This is a 3-person company, apparently. Carson, Hudson, and Bolson. Okay. Bolson wanted to sell me the building for 50,000 rupees? I don't even... Yeah. I used Link's unspoken riz to bring it down to 3,000 and some bundles of wood. Well, we will be back with the money eventually. I unlocked the Miyam Agana shrine nearby. For this one, I had to move my controller to run the ball through the maze, which was pretty sick. I kind of found my own way around the problem. Did that work? It worked right away! Oh my god! I'm actually cracked at the game, dude. I followed a series of signs to the top of this hill until I reached the place Impa mentioned, the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab. This child greeted me at the entrance, told me to go talk to the manager. Okay. That's the real Sheikah Slate, isn't it? It doesn't seem like you have the basic runes. I don't understand why they're missing. Director, listen, Mrs. Director, this is the real Sheikah Slate. Turns out the child is the manager. She told me I need to activate the guidance stone by bringing this blue flame up there. Took me a little bit, but I got it done. And I got a camera. Okay. Apparently this thing contained pictures from Link's past. These pictures could be the missing piece to help you restore your lost memories. Pura told me to go find Robbie at the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab. Okay, noted, I guess. Also, she told me that she'd upgrade my slate if I came back with some Guardian parts. Alright. Dude, what's written there? Research diary for anti-aging rune. Classified for Pura's eyes only. Oh my god. Work has finally begun on my anti-aging rune. If all goes to plan, I believe it will effectively reverse the aging process. Since I am to be the test subject of this experiment, Simin booted up the rune and directed it at my body. It seems the anti-aging effect works, however I did not expect the reversal to happen so frighteningly fast. In other words, I reversed my age by more than 70 years in a single night? That explains a lot, I guess. Nice. I decided to let Impa know about my findings, so I teleported back to Kakariko and went to speak with the old lady. She told me to go to the places in the pictures, so I could get my memories back, which seemed like a really smart thing to do before continuing. I looked through and triangulated a couple of positions in the central area of the map, so I teleported to the Great Plateau Tower and started going in that general direction. I got stopped by another one of those big rock taluses. This guy was pretty tough, and by the time I took him down, the sky even cleared. It wasn't raining anymore. Oh, hold on! That's the hill! I then realized I was really close to one of the locations of the memories, and I did in fact find one nearby, where I hallucinated this light on the ground.
From here, we'll make our way to Goron City. Then, we'll need some adjustments on that divine beast so Daruk can manage it as easily as possible. These divine beasts, so much we don't know. But if we want to turn back Calamity Ganon, they're our best hope. Tell me the truth. How proficient are you right now wielding that sword on your back? Legend says that an ancient voice resonates inside it. Can you hear it yet, hero?
Well, that was quite something. I guess we know what Princess Zelda looks like now, at least. I knew there was definitely another memory in the vicinity, so I started walking through the grass fields of central Hyrule. At this point, it started raining again, heavily, and I wanted to take shelter in some ruins nearby, the Hyrule Garrison ruins. But we had some company. I spotted a guardian, and for the first time, this one was fully functional. My ego was high. I had my trusted piece of old bark as a shield, so I tried to deflect the laser against this guy. Yes! And I don't know how it worked again. I deflected 3 hits from this guy consecutively. Absolute monster of a man. I stole a horse from a bokoblin and went towards Central Tower. There, I got the map that contains Castle Hyrule. And I believe this is exactly where we're supposed to go for our memory. So I flew there right away. Once I got there, I realized I was in trouble again. Another one of the guardians was patrolling around. I didn't know if I could take another one, honestly. Oh! Yes! God amongst men right here. This was not easy, alright? I don't know what the hell is happening. Pot lid! The pot lid! Yes! There's no way I'm not wasting all of my luck right there.
Hero of Hyrule, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. You have shown unflinching bravery and skill in the face of darkness and adversity, and have proven yourself worthy of the blessings of the goddess Hylia. Whether skyward bound, adrift in time, or steeped in the glowing embers of twilight, the sacred blade is forever bound to the soul of the hero. We pray for your protection, and we hope that the two of you will grow stronger together as one.
Gee, this is uplifting. She's making it sound like we already lost.
Wasn't this your idea? You're the one who wanted to designate the appointed knight with all the ceremonial pomp, grandeur, and nonsense we could muster. And if you ask me, the whole thing does seem to be overkill. I think I'm on the same page as the princess regarding this boy.
Oh, give it a rest. That boy is a living reminder of her own failures. Well, at least that's how the princess sees him.
Well, that one was a lot. Pretty solemn situation there. I had to talk with Impa about this. She gave me the champion's tunic, the one that Link had in the memories. Boy! For now though, I had no clue where the other memories could be, so I decided to finally start following the other lead from Impa, the divine beasts. One of them looked to be closer than the others, so I started making my way north, flying towards a shrine that I spotted in the marshlands down there. Once I was down, I got attacked by these 2 lizards here, Lizalfos apparently, very angry guys. Then I went into the Dakatus shrine. Pretty easy one here. I used Magnesis to scoop up some spheres and place them in their spots. Near the shrine, I found a fish person named Tula in the water. She told me that a guy named Prince Sidon was looking for me near the tower. On the way there, I found this huge man, big red guy. I decided to attack him in his sleep, and he was not happy about that. Apparently this thing's a Hinox. He picked up a tree, bro? Nah! Stay away! Oh, I got him. Oh, we got him. We got him. Hinox toenail. Oh my god. I also found a hearty radish. Very good stuff. I'm feeling a little mischievous and devious today. Ha! I also found a little icy wizard man hopping around. I decided to snipe him with a fire arrow, which absolutely evaporated him. This rod can cast waves of freezing air. Great for magic, not so great for melee. Right before climbing the Lanayru tower, I saw a literal shooting star. What is that? It'll fade soon? Well, I gotta get to the top of this tower, otherwise I can't return. I got my map piece and then immediately ran and jumped towards the fallen star. Yo! Star fragment, yes! I have no idea what this does again. I also found another shrine, the So Coffee shrine, and another Zora. Okay, damn, I get it. I'll talk to Sidon, Jesus Christ. Out of honestly pure spite at this point, I went into the shrine instead of going to Sidon. It was another test of strength. Easy stuff. Got a pretty cool bow out of it. At this point, I finally went to where I was supposed to meet the prince.
Up top, above you! Pardon the entrance, but you're a Hylian, aren't you? I was hoping perhaps you'd have a moment to talk.
I am Sidon, the Zora Prince. I have been searching for someone like you for a long while. A man like you, Link, who carries himself with power. Right now, Zora's domain is in grave danger because of the massive rainfall coming from Divine Beast Ruta. Please, promise you will help us. We need your strength, warrior. The guy was honestly way too cool to say no. I guess time to save one more kingdom. I made my way up the rocky, wet hills till I met Sidon again. Sorry for calling out to you from the river, as I pressured you into... There's a fish, bro. I was not sure you would really come through. And hurry, all my fellow Zora are anxiously awaiting your arrival. After passing a few Lizalfo's ambushes, my man was once again in the river talking to me. The domain is still a ways off, but you're making a good progress. I'll be cheering you on from here in the river, so hang in there. He's so sick. He's a good friend. I like him. I decided to skip past a small turn in the road by swimming through the whole river and climbing a slippery rock. Totally worth it. At that point, I walked onto a hill nearby, and looking out in the distance, I saw a structure that could be Zora's domain. While I was walking over this huge bridge, I spotted my man Sidon underneath. You will be in Zora's domain before you know it. Beware, warrior, a monster approaches from behind you! Oh shit! After quickly dispatching the moblin, I moved on to the last stretch of the journey to reach the domain. I found another one of those wizards. This one had a lightning wand. Now I could zap people with this. Finally, I had made it to the final bridge that led me to the Zora's domain. I've been waiting for you, Link. In the middle of town, there was a statue of one of the champions from the memory. I walked past that to unlock the shrine because I need a teleport point, okay? I picked up a cool Zora sword outside and then activated the shrine, but I wanted to wait a little before going in. So I decided to visit the town a little, and apparently the old people in town here didn't like me that much. They kinda blamed me for the death of this girl, Mipha. Yeah, that sounds bad. I decided to cook something to boost my mood a little, and then I walked towards the top of town. Here I met King Dorephan, who immediately recognized me as Link. Sidon was quite surprised to learn that as well. I told the king that I had lost my memory, and he seemed saddened to think I had forgotten Mipha, and told me about her statue outside. He then told me that the domain was in danger because of Ruta and asked me to help. But an old guy here, Muzu, wasn't so fond of the idea. He said it was my fault if Mipha was gone. But the king dismissed him and explained the way Ruta works. Told me that the water it kept spouting was filling a reservoir, which was on the point of flooding. Me and Sidon agreed to use shock arrows to hit the power cores of the beast, and he told me that the Zora were quite susceptible to electricity, which is why they needed me. But first, we had to actually find the arrows. King Dorephan then gave me the Zora armor to use on my adventure. Yo, Zora armor! Custom armor painstakingly crafted by each generation's Zora princess for her future husband. What? So the king gave me this cool armor and a new task. It was time to take down the first divine beast. To prepare for the fight, I got a heart container from the statue of the goddess and decided to get the shrine done. What am I looking at? This one was a bit of a problem. I was supposed to get this ball here in the hole down there. Genuinely, I'm realizing while writing the script that all of these shrines are about balls. What the hell is going on? Outside, I met Sidon and the old geezer Muzu in front of Mipha's statue. Sidon was explaining to Muzu that Mipha had feelings for Link, but the old man did not believe it. While they were speaking though, I looked at the statue and the memories started coming back.
This reminds me of the time we first met. You were just a reckless child. Always getting yourself hurt at every turn. Every time, I would heal you, just as I'm doing right now. I was always willing to heal your wounds, even back then. So if this Calamity Ganon does in fact return, what can we really do? We just don't seem to know much about what we'll be up against. But know this, that no matter how difficult this battle might get, if anyone ever tries to do you harm, then I will heal you. I hope you know that I will always protect you. Once this whole thing is over, maybe things can go back to how they used to be when we were young. You know, perhaps we could spend some time together.
When I snapped out of it, I told Muzu I had remembered, and he thought it was a little too convenient at this moment. I mean, honestly, he's got a point there. But taking a closer look at me, he realized that the Zora armor made by Mipha fit me perfectly, which meant that Sidon was right. At this point, Muzu accepted the situation and told me that we could find the shock arrows on Ploymus Mountain, where a creature kept using them as weapons. Apparently, it was called a Lionel. Alright, that sounds bad. Sidon told me to meet him once I had the arrows, and I was on my way again. So now I was supposed to kill a mythical beast. Okay. I met Laflat, who wanted a picture of the Lionel to warn people about how dangerous the thing was, so I agreed to take a selfie with the thing before killing it. Then I made my way over to Ploymus Mountain towards my objective. I'm gonna be honest, that is the dumbest name for a mountain I've ever heard in my entire life. Yo, dude, oh my god, this is the cool, holy crap, I have become fish, bro. This place was called Shatterback Point. Great, kinda implies the Lionel is gonna break my spine. And then I saw it. Damn thing looked like a lion centaur, and he was ripped, alright? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Bro looked like me in real life, for real. Of course, I completely forgot to take a picture and just shot the thing. I parried him, oh my god. I parried him again. Bro, I'm wasting all my food on this. Use your best armor. I am using my best armor. That's the worst part. My sword broke. I'm losing all my equipment to this guy. This is sad to watch. Shut the f*** up. I'm doing it anyway. I do not know how I did it. I'll be honest. I harvested its guts and stole its weapons, and I was once again stacked. Absolute monster of a man at this point. There was a sign at the top here saying, jump at your own risk. I made it down to East Reservoir Lake and finally got a look at the Divine Beast. Big elephant, let me tell you. I then met Sidon on the platform overlooking Ruta and agreed to start the assault on the huge machine. My man made me jump on his back and we absolutely obliterated this thing. I had to break ice cubes with Cryonis, a pretty good stuff.
Looks like this is where the real work starts.
Oh dude, I'm stuck on the elephant.
Finish the job.
At this point, I was finally inside the elephant, and I heard a voice talking to me.
You're here. I must say that I am so happy to see that this day has finally arrived. Now, Ruta can be freed of Ganon's control. The guidance stone there contains the information that you will need.
I made my way to the guidance stone, which got me the map of Ruta.
You will see several glowing points on your map which represent the terminals that control Ruta. Take Ruta back by activating all of the terminals.
I got the first terminal by turning a wheel here, which lowered the platform and made me get close. I then used the beast controls to move the trunk of the elephant up, which blew water onto some gears, making this huge water wheel move, which got me the second terminal. The third terminal was on top of the trunk. I had to make my way up there, and then I got it. I got the fourth terminal by opening the roof here, and the water extinguished the fire. I activated the terminal in the middle. For the fifth one, I blocked this waterfall with some ice, and it stopped the water wheel, which got me the last terminal.
You activated all the terminals. Now you can start the main control unit.
With the final terminal active, I equipped my gear and got ready for anything coming. And something was there, okay? Water Blight Ganon. This thing was gonna be tough.
Careful, that spear has a long reach.
This fight was not easy. This thing had immense reach because of its spear.
Are you okay? That's it.
Got him. At one point, this thing just removed the floor, and I was left with only 4 platforms to stand on. Eventually, I managed to catch it off guard, shoot it out of the air, and absolutely pummeled it while it was on the ground. And I had done it. I got a little heart container and finally reactivated Ruta.
Hello, Link. Because of your courage, my spirit is now free. And Ruta as well. Thank you. For I am now allowed by this freedom to be with you once again. Since I am now a spirit, my healing power would be wasted on me. I have no need of it. So therefore, I would like you to have it. Please accept Mipha's grace. Yesterday, I was awash in a pool of tears. But now you're here. All this time, my hope was to see you once more. Save her, Link. Save the princess. Save Princess Zelda.
And just like that, we got Mipha's grace. That was a good story, okay? I shed a tear there, I won't lie.
Ruta, we found a way to be useful to Link. Using your ability to drain Ganon of his power is key to our success. This is it. This will be our last chance, and everyone's last hope.
On day 3, I climbed back up to King Dorephan, who was really happy to hear the good news. They even gave me the light scale trident, which was Mipha's weapon apparently. With Zora's domain finally safe, I decided to go around and talk to some people around town. I talked to this little child, Ruta, who told me about a song she heard. A gift from the sky, a scale of light, splits the feet of a veiled false sight. Of course, I took it as I'm supposed to jump from the top of a waterfall to my death to unlock some secret. I also talked to this guy, Frank. I don't know why, his name was funny, I guess. My wife May left and hasn't come back yet? Oh no, his wife left him. I went to talk to this old guy again. He was angry as hell before. Apparently he forgives me. He said I can come back to him if I break Mipha's weapon. Very nice. I then talked to Ledo, who told me that Frank and I are repairing the domain. Repairs require a large number of luminous stones. I didn't have it on me, but I promised I would come back with some. At this point, I decided I wanted to get the other pieces of Zora armor, and apparently one was hidden in Toto Lake up on the mountain here, so I made my way up there, and look at that, I found a submerged chest which contained the Zora helm. This thing is pretty nice. I made my way back to Zora's domain and talked to Sidon, who was absolutely ecstatic to see me. This man was my best friend at this point. He is just too awesome. And I went towards Ploymus Mountain, where the Lionel lives. Hopefully this time I will manage to get a picture. I made my way up the mountain and I saw the thing. I tried to take a picture from far away, okay? I didn't want to engage with this thing again. As soon as I could, I just teleported away. And then I made my way back to La Flat and gave her the Lionel picture she asked for. And she gave me the Zora Greaves. Very nice. We finally had the complete set. Before leaving Zora's domain, I decided to make my way towards Veiled Falls. The kid mentioned something about those waterfalls and the pedestal being there. On the way, I found some Zora weaponry. And I got to talk to Muzu again, who apparently kind of forgives me as well. I made peace with the old people in this town. Not that I cared. Once I made it to Veiled Falls, I listened to what the children had to say about this. And swam up this waterfall and then hit it with a spear. The thing actually activated a shrine nearby. Very nice stuff. Dagakik Shrine. Okay, dude. Apparently it was just our reward. No puzzle in this one. At this point, my time in Zora's domain was over. I put my sights on a specific side quest I got. The one about ancient horse armor. I wanted to power up my man Socrates a little bit. I got a little ping on my map down there, so I made my way to the Owa Daim Shrine on the Great Plateau. From the shrine, I could see a bridge. I kind of remember the bridge being in one of the pictures that I'm supposed to find, and I flew down, making my way towards the bridge. While I was scouring through some ruins, I saw this huge dragon. No way, dude! Oh my god! This thing was absolutely majestic, okay? I ran over the bridge of Hylia and tried to actually reach this giant skyworm. Yeah, it just didn't go as planned. At that point, I decided to get back on track and started looking for the memory again. Where am I? Oh, hold on, that's the tree. Look at that. Another one of these lights in the ground.
I doubt this will let up anytime soon. Your path seems to mirror your father's. You've dedicated yourself to becoming a knight as well. Your commitment to the training necessary to fulfill your goal is really quite admirable. What if, one day, you realized that you just weren't meant to be a fighter? Yet the only thing people ever said was that you were born into a family of the royal guard, and so no matter what you thought, you had to become a knight, if that was the only thing you were ever told. I wonder then, would you have chosen a different path?
With another piece of my memory back, I started making my way to actually reach the location of the ancient horse gear. On the way, I decided to attack a bokoblin camp that I found. And these guys were absolutely obliterated, not a single chance. Bridge of Hylia, very nice. While I was on the bridge, I saw the dragon again. And pretty much at the same time, I saw this shooting red star. What the... What did I just witness? I don't know what's happening right now. This is an incredible series of events. I want to try and get both. Hold on. Oh my god, it creates currents. Oh, I'm dead. There's another star? What is happening right now? Oh no, it's the scale. I managed to get my grubby little hands on Farosh's scale. I also found that the fallen star was secretly a chest fallen from the sky. What? And it was an advertisement. It's from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. There's literal ads falling from the sky. I have a helmet? I mean, at least the helmet looks pretty cool. I have a submarine helmet. I'm keeping it on. At that point, I started making my way towards the nearby tower that will unlock the whole region. I can see so much. There's a stable over there. Shrine. Let's unlock it. So I pulled out my paraglider and I eventually made my way to Highland Stable. First thing I did was ask the stableman here to call back my man Socrates. I also talked to this woman inside, Perosa, who told me a band of hooligans are running around stealing horses outside. So I hopped on Socrates and absolutely obliterated them with shock arrows. Since it was raining, they dealt some heavy blows to these guys, okay? The woman was pretty happy with me. She gave me an Andura carrot. I immediately fed this to Socrates. My guy seemed pretty happy about it. He also got some more stamina from it. Okay, Socrates, very nice. I then talked to this guy, Beetle again. He gave me an ancient arrow. Yo. Very strong stuff. I don't know why you would randomly just give this to me. Apparently this absolutely evaporates anything it touches. And he talked about Robbie and the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab again. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go there, alright. No need to insist so much. Inside I also found this book, the Rumor Mill Volume 3, who spoke about the ancient horse armor I was looking for. Apparently the bridle was beneath a cherry blossom tree, and the saddle was at a mysterious spring where a horse spirit resides. Okay. I pretty quickly figured out this was very near me here, considering the Lake of the Horse God was close by. Before going anywhere, I decided to unlock the Komaga Shrine near the stable here, so I would have a teleport point. This place was about using these iron doors as bridges, but what I mostly did here was learning how to double jump. Yes, it works! Oh my god, it does work! I made a bridge here and quickly made my way out of this place. At this point, I wanted to go straight for the ancient saddle, so I made my way over the Horse God Bridge. Okay, you really didn't have to make it so obvious. And yeah, guess what? It's one of those flower buds again. Oh my god. This one is called Malania, and this horse god asked me for 1,000 rupees? I don't know what these people are smoking, okay? That's a third of the price of my house. I don't have that kind of money on me. The good thing is, around here I found a chest in the ground, and the ancient saddle was in it. This thing is pretty useful. Apparently I can just teleport my horse whenever I want. This is a huge upgrade for my man Socrates. As soon as I made my way back to the stable, I talked to this girl, Fana. She immediately equipped my boy Socrates with the saddle, and also gave him a sick fade. My guy was absolutely dripped out. Look at this. To finish up everything around here, I broke some trees. I really need the wood to purchase my house. And I went back to Beetle and sold him the Farosh scale. I would find out soon this was a big mistake. Once that was done, I went back to the upper part of Zora's domain here, so I could look over the entire Akkala region, where apparently my guy Robbie resides. I could see a shrine in the distance, so I started flying down there. The nearby tower was on top of this huge hill. I should have went to the tower first, but I am dumb, so I guess we're doing this first. This one was called the Da Hesho Shrine. And guess what? A test of strength. I took this guy down pretty quickly, and got a giant ancient core out of it. While gathering some materials nearby, I also saw another dragon in the sky. I don't know what's happening today. This guy was red, but he was gone pretty quickly. I decided to go towards the tower. I needed to know what the map of this place looked like before I went to Robbie's lab. On the way, I saved this girl, Chubby, from a bokoblin attack, and she gave me a monster extract in exchange. A guy named Kilton brews this stuff up at Fang and Bone. She told me to find a skull-shaped lake in Akkala. We will find that. We need to get the tower first, so we can probably see it on the map. While walking towards the tower, I saw a thing up the volcano. One of the beasts, Rudania, was just taking a little stroll around the huge mountain. That thing looked extremely menacing. I really didn't want to go there. I eventually found myself in the Akkala Parade Ground ruins, where I found a blue Hinox, another one of those big guys. I ended up dying. Thank God Mipha saved my butt here, and I took him down with my laser axe. Apparently around the Akkala Tower there was a fortress with some flying guardians around it. I don't even know what to say about this. I saw this Grublin here fighting a guy, so I saved him as well. Damn, people are really in need of help around these parts. Nell here told me these are the Akkala Citadel ruins. This place was apparently the last stand against the Calamity. As soon as I got close, it started raining, and these guardian skywatchers were all over the place. Okay, this thing was a really sound fortress, not gonna lie. Trying to scale the thing was absolutely impossible. The rain just made every surface slippery, so I had to make my way up some other ways. I got absolutely blasted into oblivion a couple of times, but once the sun got out again, I managed to climb my way up one of the sides until I made my way up to the ruins under the tower. Oh, this thing is in bad shape. There were a few strong bokoblins around this part, I'm not gonna lie. These guys were tough. Oh my god, dude, what is this area? I eventually managed to make my way up this thing. This was a difficult tower, okay? There was a literal guardian up here as well. I finally unlocked the Akkala region map, and I could scout a couple places now. We are supposed to look for the research lab. I immediately put my marker on a few interesting locations here. There was also this huge labyrinth at the top of the map here. Very interesting stuff. With all my objectives in mind, I started flying towards my first marker that I placed on the map. It was this hole in the ground, absolutely festering with the flying guardians. No way I was gonna deal with this. I just headed straight for this hidden door here, and eventually reached the Spring of Power. Without realizing, I had reached another memory.
I come seeking help regarding this power that has been handed down over time. Prayer will awaken my power to seal Ganon away. Or so I've been told all my life. Grandmother heard them, the voices from the spirit realm, and Mother said her own power would develop within me. I don't hear or feel anything. Father has told me time and time again. He always says, quit wasting your time playing at being a scholar. Curse you. I've spent every day of my life dedicated to praying. I've pleaded to the spirits tied to the ancient gods. And still the holy powers have proven deaf to my devotion. Please, just tell me. What is it? What's wrong with me?
Zelda not feeling so great, huh? She's just like me for real. Anyway, looking up into the sky from here, I could see the dragon again. The camera told me the name was Dinral, the dragon of the Spring of Power. Talking to the spring, it told me that I had to get one of Dinral's scales, and good luck with that. Man was way up into the sky. Since I couldn't really do much about that, I decided to make my way further into Akkala. Went into this forest here, where I found a blue Lionel. I didn't run away though, I went straight into the fight, for some reason. Once again, I just don't know how I did this. I guess I just have some innate power into me. I'm an absolute beast. I then called Socrates and made my way further into the region. Eventually I managed to get right above that Skull Lake, and one of the eyes was really high up, so I flew down there and reached the Zuna Kai shrine. Pretty good stuff, gave me a fire sword. I then flew down to the actual lake. Kilton was supposed to be on one of the eyes, but the man was nowhere to be found. Okay, guys, what am I missing here? Maybe it needs to be night. Sure enough, after waiting for the night to come, my man was right there, and he looked like a pretty weird guy. Are you into monsters? Sure. How much do you like them? I adore monsters. Yeah, the man said he would sell monster parts, and then he vanished out of existence. Okay, fantastic. With Kilton found, the only thing left for me here in Akkala was to actually find Robbie. I started to go towards the place where his lab was located, and I found this blue flame furnace on the way, just like the one near Hateno village. And eventually made my way to another stable and a shrine, the Katoza Aug shrine. This one was a motion control shrine again. I had to use this giant hammer to push this ball into the objective there. After a quick stop at the East Akkala stable, I encountered a still active guardian on the way, which I promptly exploded very easily, and eventually made my way up the hill to the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab. Inside this place I met this robot, and also Robbie.
Hi.
who for some reason asked me to undress to see my scars. Absolutely insane. Yes, the number of scars on your body, just as I remember. Dr. Robbie. Oh my god, he's got a guitar riff. He told me about this ancient furnace he made, Cherry, which would help me get some ancient gear. But he needed the blue flame as well, just like Pura did. So before going out for the blue flame, I talked to his wife. There was also a diary downstairs called Robbie's Memoirs. This spoke of how him and Pura got divided during the Calamity, and they decided to go to the two laboratories, south and north. It also spoke of how they saved me and put me in the Shrine of Resurrection. I went out into the rain and found this huge pile of broken guardians. I mean, I guess Robbie killed these guys? My man is an absolute beast. Jesus Christ. I then picked up the blue flame, called Socrates to help me out, and carried it all the way to Robbie's lab. Once I got that done, Robbie gave me 3 more ancient arrows. This stuff was good, okay? And speaking with Cherry here, she could sell me ancient gear. Oh, damn. I don't know why I need to pay this furnace to give me gear, but yeah, we're gonna have to come back for these. I am really poor right now. At that point, I realized Robbie's lab was really close to this huge labyrinth, so I decided to go and explore it. I flew all the way down there, and apparently it was called Lome Labyrinth Island. And as soon as I got in, I immediately got targeted by a full-on walking guardian. I don't know what this thing was doing here. Let me tell you, this labyrinth was long, okay? This was a difficult labyrinth. How do we get out of this place? Mind-numbing. What is happening? This took me quite a while. I even attempted to climb the walls a couple times just out of pure desperation. But I eventually found this literal hole in the wall, which guided me all the way to the center of the labyrinth, which had a shrine hidden beneath. This was the Tukalo shrine, and yeah, thank god this was just a blessing. It just gave me the barbarian helm. As soon as I got out, apparently there were some flying guardians now patrolling around. I don't know how that happened, but also there was this hole in the ground, and I immediately jumped in. This place was packed full of guardians. I got a diamond circlet from a chest, and they all targeted me at the same time. This was a death trap. I died like twice. Thank god Mipha was there to save me again. I equipped my diamond circlet and got the hell out of this place. At this point, most of Akkala was pretty much explored. We had found Robbie, which was our main objective here, so I went back to the rocky hills and circumnavigated the entire lake, up until I was very close to the volcano. Death Mountain, I think it's called. I saw a black Hinox there. This was even one step further than the blue one. These guys are strong, okay? As with everything else, I decided to immediately fight the guy by absolutely bombarding him with shock arrows. This was a really nice sort of thermal area, and I found this sign saying, "Welcome to Gut Check Rock. Do you have what it takes?" Gut Check Rock. What is this? These guys were 3 literal gym bros that were doing a challenge in this place, apparently. One of them was sitting right in front of the Great Plateau shrine. He said I could only access it if I completed their challenge. We're gonna shred you to pieces, little man. Prefer your tiny self. What is happening? I was gonna have to do the Gut Check challenge by climbing this entire thing. But don't fool yourself into thinking it's only a climbing challenge. You gotta pick up rupees as you go. What is going on? This was a difficult challenge, let me tell you, okay? Dude, I'm so focused on this right now. Okay. Yo, we actually made it! Yeah, I was one of the brothers now. I was a gym bro as well. I don't know if I'm happy with that, but at least he let me into the shrine, which was another one of these blessings. I got a freezing sword. Pretty good stuff. I eventually figured out the Akkala region was pretty much done, so I went to Hateno Tower so that I could head south into the Faerun region. I made my way down to a beach and then climbed this huge mountain, which was not an easy task, let me tell you. At the top, I found the Muojim Shrine. This was a modest test of strength. I had to find another one of these little guardian robots. This guy was pretty aggressive. But I then decided the best way to probably go about this was from the lake tower. From there I could scout the actual Faerun tower, so I placed a pin down there and started making my way through the Faerun woods. Here I very quickly found another shrine. The Pumagnite Shrine. A minor test of strength. Again, dude? I got a boomerang to do this. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, but hey, it looks pretty sick. I went further into the woods until I met this quite peculiar individual. Apparently his name was Cass. A visitor so deep in the forest. Are you a bird? Have you never met a Rito before? Odd. My name is Cass. As a bard, I spend my days traveling this land in search of ancient songs. Have you heard of the ancient songs of Hyrule? Really just a nice dude to meet around here. Cass sang me a song about a dragon with a shrine inside. Very interesting stuff. I'm gonna be keeping that in mind. This guy seems like he means business, okay? He is so cool, dude. I eventually stumbled upon this place called Zonai Ruins, and I decided to go a bit deeper into this jungle here. These ruins were just overtaken by Lizalfos. I went ahead and made quick work of the people here, and I realized I kind of found the dragon pretty quickly. This was for sure the dragon that Cass was talking about. Walking in, not only did I find 300 bucks, which is, hey, it's good money, okay? But also the Spring of Courage. And hey, guess what? This one told me I needed Ferosh's scale. Yeah, guess what happened to that? So I sold the scale to this random guy for 150 bucks. Does that like ruin our relationship? I realized I had wasted my opportunity here and made my way out of this. After galloping past Sarjon Bridge, I eventually stumbled upon two girls being attacked by bokoblins. So I helped them out, and it was them again! I mean, they gave me some honey crap, so I'll take that, but how does this always happen? Hunting for truffles again? I then made my way towards the Faerun Region Tower, and the problem with this thing is it had basically no places to stop, so my stamina just was not enough. Come on, dude, please, God, oh my God, no, why? But I found some of these octoballoons in a hole in the ground, so I tried attaching them to one of the rocks nearby, and it didn't really work out that great initially. Eventually, after trying multiple times, the balloon method just kinda worked, and I managed to make my way up the tower. The balloons worked! And I had finally unlocked the whole southeast part of the map. I met this woman on the way, Mishi. She said she'd like the idea of going behind a waterfall. That totally doesn't feel like a hint to anything, okay. I then made my way further into the forest and reached the lakeside stable. Once I got here, it started raining pretty heavily, so I took shelter inside and caught my breath for a bit to prepare for the next part of my adventure. After doing some training with my man Beedle, I moved on to Floria Bridge, and I immediately put my sights on the biggest waterfall nearby. I remembered what that woman from before told me, so I tried to make my way up there. But on the way I met one of those big rock boys. Not very scary at this point, just a big source of materials. I absolutely detonated this guy. And literally 5 seconds later, a blood moon respawned all the enemies. So, you know, I took the opportunity and killed him again. The poor man! Just got killed 2 times in a row. I'm so sorry, dude. Poor man cannot get a moment of rest. After absolutely destroying this poor rock boy, I turned around and immediately saw the dragon, Ferosh. I shot his horn. I don't know how I was so quick with that. And he dropped a piece of the horn in the water nearby. Eventually, I made my way to the biggest waterfall, and there was a shrine on the other side. Look at that. For this one, I had to stop a couple of platforms mid-air to shoot a ball into a target. I got a small key and then opened the door and got my orb. At this point, I needed a scale from my man Ferosh. I decided to just wait here until he showed up again. And eventually he did, look at that. I managed to shoot him in the back and get a scale off of my man so I could use it in the Spring of Courage. And I immediately made my way there. And then it worked. It actually opened up a door behind the statue here with the Sheikata shrine behind it. This thing gave me a Thunder Spear. Very good stuff. I'd actually managed to unveil the secret of the Spring of Courage, so I was kind of done here, I think. I decided to fly back to where Socrates was on the Floria Bridge, and I started to make my way eastward. On the way, I saw a, almost naked man being attacked by bokoblins. His name was Regan. He was a Giga Chad. Look at my man. He gave me some fairy tonic. I have no idea what this does. After a bit more of a trek to the east, I made my way to Lurlin Village. This place was pretty peaceful. I met this traveler, Letty. She told me if I traveled east from Lurlin Village, I would eventually reach Eventide Island. I also saw one of the statues of the goddess Hylia. I traded a good amount of spirit orbs for 3 more hearts. This was a big upgrade for me, okay? I also spotted my man Pikango nearby. This guy kept rambling about the Great Fairy Fountain in Kakariko. He's on the other side of the planet. I don't even know what he's talking about anymore. I also saw some nearby smoke from a fireplace. There was this tall woman from the Gerudo, apparently. She told me about Eventide Island as well. Yeah, people are obsessed with that place, apparently. I also visited the local fish market, but I don't know, didn't look very fresh to me. Those things looked dead as hell and rotting. There was also this big building with some advertisements in front of it. This shady man was inside. How'd you like to be rich without having to work for it? See those treasure chests over there? What do you say a little wager on them? All you've got to lose is your pine and your money. Bro, this is literally gambling. I decided to bet 100 rupees to this man. I opened one of the 3 chests, hoping to get something good out of it, and I immediately won. Yo! no! You're gonna keep going, right? Or do you admit defeat? No, I'm good. I decided to just quit immediately. I wasn't gonna get myself into the gambling circle. This is how they get you. They let you win once and then you're screwed. I passed these really cute cows here on the way and then went up this hill to a shrine nearby so I could have a teleport point. It was the Rin shrine. This one was about using some metal boxes to shift the weight in some of these mechanisms. At this point it got late and I saw a little purple light. It was Kilton's shop. This man was weird. He has his own proprietary currency. Yeah, this man was basically trading crypto here on the beach. I'm the only business in Hyrule that accepts Mona's payment. He's selling me NFTs. What is happening? Wooden mop? This is a mop. For now, I'll hold off, dude. I've already risked getting scammed a bit too much today, considering the gambling gig I went through. At this point, I decided to get the raft from the beach here. I just detached the raft from the dock and started making my way towards the open sea here. After quite some travel, I eventually made my way to the shores of Eventide Island. And as soon as I touched the ground, I heard this voice in my head saying I would be stripped of all my clothing and items. Yeah, that's great to hear, man. I appreciate it. So now I was just stranded on a random beach, completely naked and afraid, and there was 3 bokoblins already chasing me. I used my magnesias and picked up a box to smash their skulls, and that kind of worked out for me. I grabbed their weapons, grabbed the fish they were cooking, and I had to find a man who stole my stuff and absolutely murder him. Okay, so apparently I was supposed to find 3 balls here and put them in pedestals, so I started making my way inside the vegetation here, and I saw bad news. One of the balls was at the neck of a Hinox. This was not good. I decided to stay away from the damn thing and made my way to the other side of the island, where I found one of the pedestals here. I got a few pieces of equipment from a pit of mud in the middle of the island here, and I saw a little bokoblin camp. I decided to be stealthy about it and just murdered one of them while he wasn't looking. And then made the ball fall with an arrow and just picked it up and ran the hell away from there. Nice and sneaky coward strategy. That's yeah, that's how I roll whenever I have none of my equipment with me. But I managed to put the ball on the pedestal here, and one of the 3 was already done. Of course, it started heavily raining and there was lightning as well that almost hit me. Amazing. But there was one good thing. The rain would be covering my footfalls as I neared the Hinox. I managed to get a pretty good bow and stole the sphere off of him and just ran away with it. Problem is the man woke up anyway. I run with the sphere up this hill, hoping I would lose him, but it was full of enemies. There was also a pedestal here, but couldn't really focus on that, considering I was absolutely getting destroyed by these electric jellies. What the fuck? Very bad stuff right now. No, the ball! It's falling off the cliff! I just got struck by lightning. Eventually, I managed to get rid of these guys and just put the sphere in its pedestal. That was 2 out of 3. Very good stuff. I tried to throw some rocks at the Hinox. It didn't really do much, except for making it very angry at me. That was a bad idea. I tried to fly away to another nearby hill. Thankfully, the rain stopped, and I got up here to find a... Oh, Jesus Christ, dude! A huge camp of bokoblins and just lots of enemies. As soon as I got up, these guys just sounded a horn, and I got absolutely swarmed. I tried to fight back, but this big man just... absolutely crushed my skull and I died. I died horribly. Oh, I'm dead. I had to redo the whole thing. The entire thing I had to redo. That was bad, okay? Real bad stuff. Oh my god, it's made its way up! Nah, bro. Nah, ain't no way. I'm out. But I eventually made it back to this damn place. This time I went stealthy about it. I put a barrel on top of my head and Metal Gear Solided my way through this whole place. I'm just a barrel, don't look at me. It's all good, bro. No, it's a barrel, it's fine. Eventually I started causing some havoc. And right after being seen, I just placed the sphere in the pedestal and that worked out. That was the last one I needed. And a shrine emerged out of the ground. This was the trial. I actually managed to get all my stuff back. Come enter the shrine, mother... I'm gonna enter your mom. Okay, sorry, that was a bit much. I'm gonna be honest, at this point I just started going on a rampage. I had my equipment back. I was not gonna let this stuff slide. Where's the Hinox, bro? I murdered everything on this island. This place was an absolute desert after I was done with it. I even summoned in Felonius to pick off what remained of this camp. Nah, you dead. You dead, bro. Let's go, Felonius. I went inside the Korok City shrine. Thankfully, this was just a blessing. They gave me 300 bucks for this. That's almost as much as we need to buy the house. When I got out to the shrine, there was this birdman, Mimo. He gave me a little challenge. He wanted me to fly through Eventide with my paraglider. I tried my best here, but eventually I just ended up falling into the bog and dying in the mud. Stay there and I will come to collect you, my flightless friend. Where? In the mud? Yeah, told me I fly like a chicken. I just took my Korok leaf and left. I found the Chaz Kita shrine here in the middle of the ocean. And it was a test of strength. Pretty easy stuff, really. It just took me half an hour. But this was a pretty good reward. I got some climbing gear out of it. This stuff was gonna be a big upgrade for me. At this point, a voice in my head just told me there was this shrine I missed in the Dueling Peaks. Sure enough, there was a shrine that I missed. It was the Ridahi shrine. I had to throw this ball up so it would actually fall in at the right time. I managed to get a treasure chest here, which contained the Climber's Bandana. I have a 2-piece set now. Look at that. After the traumatic experience on Eventide, I decided that I needed a homely and nice place, so I went back to Rito Village. The construction company was still in front of the place here. I finally had the money and the bundles of wood, so I paid my man Bolson here, and I just got the property of the house. Look at that! This place was empty as hell, but I put Mipha's trident on the weapon rack here, so it would be safe, and I left for now. Since I was at Hateno, I visited the local goddess statue and upgraded my health again. That's always good to have. At this point, I had done pretty much everything to do on the map that I have so far, so it was time to explore the new region. I decided to head to Akkala, so I could start going towards the volcano area. And as soon as I landed here in Akkala, I saw there was some new buildings, probably something to do with the construction company. Also, there was this fairy shrine that I've never visited. I caught a couple of fairies there and then talked to the huge flower in the middle. This one wanted 500 rupees, but I'll tell you what, you know what, this was, it was worth it again. Yeah, it's fine, I'll pay up. These are insane. Yeah, very interesting animations she had for upgrading my gear, but I was stronger now, so that's all that matters. I went to check out what was happening here in Akkala, in the place with the buildings. Apparently this place was called Terry Town, and I found my man Hudson working absolutely by himself. You think you can bring me 10 bundles of wood? Sure enough, I broke a couple of trees nearby. I don't know if these were planted by Hudson, but hey, they were standing there, so I just took them. And then he told me he needs somebody to help him, somebody with brute physical strength. He was looking for a Goron, but the Bolson Construction Company had some very tight restrictions on the naming. I needed to find somebody whose name ends with son, otherwise he could not work with the company. I kept that in mind and then just made my way out of there. On the way, I eventually met a Goron named Boldon, and the name was pretty close, but not quite there, so I ignored the guy and kept going. There were also a couple of people being attacked by bokoblins here. Megan and Nat. Oh my god, it's them again! We're traveling all over to find hearty truffles. I'm letting them die next time, bro. Eventually, I found my way to the Moakit Shrine. This one I was supposed to pick up this metal ball and use it to move the other balls out of the way. And there was this stable nearby. This was the Foothill stable. My man Cass was here at the stable as well. Man's been traveling a lot. I mean, he's a bird, so it's easy for him. My main beetle was also here at the same time. I mean, I can teleport, but I don't know how he keeps traveling at the speed of sound. Inside the stable, there was this drawing on the wall of this potion. Probably something to resist the heat of the volcano, I guess, but... yeah, I completely ignored it. That was pretty dumb of me, I found out, but hey. With nothing much to do at the stable, I started making my way up to the base of the volcano. I also caught this lizard on the way. It was probably useful to make a potion, but I ignored it again. And I made my way in the maw of that mountain. That is the worst name you can give anything. It seems like the worst tourist experience you could ever have. And in fact it was. There was a whole walking guardian on the way. Of course, me being an absolute beast of a man, I just immediately obliterated the guy. I am too good at this game. Oh my god. He had absolutely no fighting chance against me. At one point, I decided to summon in Felonius. I didn't really feel comfortable around this side of the mountain. I needed some help. He just started murdering the local fauna, of course. Me, Socrates, and Felonius made our way up to midway through the mountain, I think. And eventually there was this sign. That mountain marker too. Goron City ahead. Heat level star. Non-Gorons use extreme caution. I tried to climb up, but I caught on fire. I was boiling alive, okay? So I decided to go back down. This was not something I could do without any sort of a protection here. I used the lizard I found to get myself a fireproof elixir. This would grant me 7 minutes of resistance to the flames of the mountain. I went right back to the place I was, but Felonius was refusing to come here. You know, I cannot blame him. He saw me boil alive, and I think he didn't want to suffer the same fate. I downed my potion and started making my way up, and I made my way to the tower here. I was still on the verge of dying. I had 4 minutes of resistance left, and the situation was absolutely dire. But hey, now I had the map of the region. That's good to know. Look at that. Isn't that just lovely? Pools and rivers of lava. That's what I'm gonna have to deal with here. Being taken by complete desperation, I started flying my way to the road that led to Goron City. I ran past this rock, which, started walking. Oh Oh no, dude! Ain't no way! Ain't no way! Nah! I'm not gonna deal with this. I just ran away and eventually made it to the southern mine. There were a few Gorons here just resting with absolutely no issues while I was on the verge of dying. This little guy here was named Pelison. I mean, that's in line with the Bolson naming convention, but he doesn't seem to be strong enough. He told me he has a brother. I tried to go talk to him even though I was pretty much about to die, okay? This guy was named Grayson. He looked pretty tough. He told me, however, that he was working. He couldn't talk to me. I would have to come back at night. My man, I'm gonna be dead by night. I have 2 minutes to live. What are you talking about? I found a sign saying Death Mountain Marker Forward, this way to Goron City. It better be close. I have 1 minute and 20 seconds before I burn alive and die. Oh my god! What is happening? Some molten rock fell from the sky, which was great. I got hit in the face, and I think I got, you know, a concussion from that, but that's fine. And whenever I was left with about 50 seconds of lifespan, I heard the ground rumble. I spotted the big boy making his way up the mountain. This did not look good. The situation was getting worse and worse, I'm gonna be honest. Oh no, dude! Okay, guys, we have 50 seconds to kill this thing. We have 50 seconds to take this thing down. Let's go! But the thing was, I was right in front of the doors to the Goron City. And there was a clothing shop. I immediately ran in. Hopefully they had something to protect me with. And sure enough, there was some heat-resistant armor. 2,000 rupees! I'm getting scammed out of my mind. This man knows I'm about to die, bro. You have the privilege of standing in the ripped and shredded my armor shop. I had to sell all of my precious possessions to this guy so I could afford the entire set out of desperation. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was looking completely ridiculous. I was looking dumb as hell. But hey, if it works, you know. I decided to make my way to the nearby shrine in the village so I could come back fast. The Shaimuse shrine. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. This one was about fire. Very surprising. Back in Goron City, since I now had my armor and had some time to spare, I went down to the mines again. And I found this guy nearby. He had a helmet like mine. He said if I brought him some lizards, he would give me a piece of heat-resistant armor. I realized the shop completely scammed me. I could have gotten a piece of armor for absolutely free. I don't even know what to say about this. I completely screwed up there. Yeah, I got absolutely scammed out of all my money. Went to talk to my man Grayson during the night. He said he was sick of digging in this place, so I invited him to go to Tarrytown for my man Hudson. And literally he did not wait a single second. He packed all of his things and just left. Oh, there we go. Quicker than I expected, honestly. And I decided to rest at the local inn where two big old Goron men gave me a Goron massage. I don't know what that is, alright? I think they just broke my spine. But hey, at the end of it, I had 3 extra hearts and a full extra wheel of stamina, so it must have been good, alright? I don't remember much about what happened, but yeah, pretty good stuff, I bet. But yeah, after taking a quick nap, I went and talked to the guy that looked like the boss of the town, Bludo. He told me Rudania was causing a lot of issues and people couldn't get close to the mines anymore. He told me to go to the abandoned North mine to look for Yunobo, who apparently went there to find painkillers but never came back. Alright, gotta find the medicine for the old man, I guess. I made my way towards the abandoned North mine here. There was a guy at the entrance telling me to not go in, but I completely ignored him. There were some Lizalfos settlements and I just absolutely blew them up. Until eventually I made it to the end of the mine. I saw Yunobo cowering in a corner.
Monsters! They're here! They found me! Help! Huh?
I feel like Drake acts this way. Now that I've gotten a good look. What? It's a Hylian. The name's Yunobo. Everyone calls me Yunobo. Makes sense. I came here to get some painkillers for boss, but a magma bomb caused a rock slide, sealing the entrance. I followed Yunobo back to the village, and Bludo here gave me some fireproof elixir. Bludo started talking about Yunobo, and how he's a descendant of Daruk. The name sounded familiar. He told me there was a statue of Daruk on the mountain nearby.
I think I'm finally getting the hang of controlling this divine beast. Let those other champions know. They better eat their gravel if they want to keep up with Daruk. I may not know a whole lot about this Calamity Ganon thing, but mark my words, I'll protect this land of ours to the death. Right, little guy? Hey, by the way, Congrats on becoming the princess's appointed knight. That's a really big deal, protecting the king's daughter. No pressure. What the? All right. So what was I saying? That was a little strange. As far as I know, Death Mountain has been quiet for decades. But if the mountain is shivering enough to send down a bunch of boulders that size, then never mind. Forget I said anything.
Ludo snapped me out of it. He also told me the way they used to stop Rudania from causing trouble is by firing Yunobo. We have no choice because normal cannonballs are no good against him. They throw a dude at it. Painkillers didn't really work for the old man, apparently. Bludo was not feeling well. He told me to go tell Yunobo to come back to town. He was at Elden Bridge, but I had other plans, okay? If Bludo wasn't gonna stop the beast, you know, somebody had to take care of it. I started using the railing system here in the city to go further up the mountain, hopefully reaching Elden Bridge. In the vicinity, I found the Dakako Shrine. I had to freeze this block of giant cement. Just a bit further up, sure enough, I found Yunobo. He was being attacked by monsters again. How does he get himself in these situations, bro? He was also standing conveniently near a cannon here. I talked to him and we kind of both decided we would take care of Rudania. I convinced the big guy to go into the cannon and sure enough, shot him at the bridge to lower it. I summoned in Felonius to protect my man Yunobo, just in case. This was quite a difficult journey, and I ended up shooting Rudania with Yunobo a couple of times. My man looked like he was fine, so I just kept doing it. With the last cannon hit, the beast was pretty angry. It started making its way inside of the volcano.
That was so cool! You really put a licking on that thing, Link. It's time to finish the job. This is our big chance.
I don't know what got into me, I'm gonna be honest. I made my way inside, and I heard a familiar voice.
Hey, little guy. Long time no see. I always knew you'd come back. You know, I never stopped believing in you. You're here to take control of old Rudania back from Ganon, eh?
My man Daruk was guiding me through, and I made my way to the first guidance stone. This place was pretty dark. I carried a blue torch all the way to the other side of the room and eventually got to the guidance stone. With the map of the lizard, I was supposed to activate 5 terminals. The first one was just hidden behind a couple of iron doors. I found it pretty quickly. For the second terminal, I had to tilt the entire beast, get up this ramp, and after making my way up, I was supposed to bring the sphere back down until it fell in this hole. And I got the second terminal. Very nice. The third one was just on the back of the thing. I had to tilt it again, and eventually I made it up to the top of it, where I found the third terminal. The fourth one was literally just standing on the side of the wall, so I tilted the beast again and flew down to it. The last one was a bit more tricky. I was supposed to put this box here and then tilt so I could walk past, but I got it. Just like last time, with the last terminal activated, I went on to the main unit. There was another one of these guys. Fireblight Ganon, this one was called. Well, this thing killed Daruk, so yeah, I don't know about this one, guys.
Watch yourself now. That ugly pain in the crag is Ganon's handiwork. Thing got the best of me 100 years ago.
What is up with his right arm, bro? Bro's been spending time on Reddit. Look at the size of his right arm. Okay, he started absorbing the air around him, so I threw some bombs at him and absolutely detonated him. Okay. Doable, very doable. He was gonna throw a laser at me, but I managed to shoot him right at the best moment here. Took him down, look at that. I got another heart container from him, and then went ahead and reactivated Divine Beast via Rudania.
Great work, little guy! I owe you big for this. Because of you, my spirit is finally free. Can't thank you enough. I feel like I should apologize. I was doing all I could to protect Hyrule when that thing got the best of me. I want to give you something. It's a special power of mine called Daruk's Protection. Here it comes! From this moment forth, the power of protection from the depths of my soul now lives inside you. Good luck, little guy. And give my regards to the princess. Hyrule looks pretty good from up here, even after 100 years. I wonder how the Gorons fared after the Great Calamity. Hey, look at that. Still going strong indeed. Ha! Huh.
Thanks to Daruk's sacrifice, I finally had Daruk's Protection. This is a very strong shield that I can use whenever I want. I met Yunobo back in Goron Village here. He apparently saw his ghost as well. I wasn't just having visions. Daruk was actually there. I want to talk with my man Bludo again, and Yunobo told him I actually stopped the beast. The man was pretty surprised. He gave me back Daruk's weapon, the Boulder Breaker, a very big sword that he used here. And then Bludo told me about a specific thing, a legendary sword. The sword that seals the darkness. Apparently it's hidden in a forest somewhere. Alright, I guess I'll be looking for that. With Rudania finally conquered, I decided to check the pictures in my camera. And sure enough, one of them looked to be pretty much being taken from the mountain. So I went around and scouted out for that specific place. And after a bit of searching, sure enough, a memory was right there waiting for me.
That cut doesn't look too bad, actually. You're fine for now. But you know, there's a fine line between courage and recklessness. As brave as you are, that does not make you immortal. It seems that not only is the frequency of these types of attacks on the rise, but the scale of beasts we are facing is intensifying as well.
Bro, Link killed all of those?
I fear that this is an omen which portends the return of Calamity Ganon. And, if that's the case, I'm ready to expect the worst. We'll need to make preparations as soon as possible.
Okay, damn. That was a lot of stuff that I did there. On day 5, I started making my way towards the tower in the bog below. This place was an absolute swamp, completely overrun by monsters. I had to sneak my way through these towers of wood and poop. I think this is what they were made of, pretty sure. Somehow I managed to absolutely suffocate in the mud here. I got killed by mud. I don't know how that happened. Blew up a couple of people and eventually made my way up this tower. This one was called the Woodland Tower. This thing had a skull on top of it. I don't know how that happened. Probably just whenever the tower came up, it picked it up. But yeah, I could see 2 big forests on the map, right near the volcano and the lava. That doesn't seem like a very safe place to have a forest, but hey. I also realized one of the pictures in my camera were probably nearby, considering the position of the castle. But I put that aside for now and decided to take a trip to Tarrey Town to check on my man Hudson. I found out there that the 2 Goron brothers apparently opened a gem shop. Yeah, very useful stuff. I absolutely do not have the money to pay for that stuff, so hey, completely useless to me, but Grayson here was breaking some boulders. Very good stuff, yeah, they were doing their job, I guess. Hudson thanked me for bringing the Gorons in and told me he needed 20 20 more bundles of wood. So of course I absolutely destroyed the vegetation around Tarrey Town, and then took a trip to the nearby forest to collect some more wood. Absolutely detonated a guardian on the way. I don't even see why I'm worried about these guys. It's just too easy. There was also another guardian here. I decided to kill this one the old-fashioned way. I hopped on my man Socrates and broke its legs. Crippled this guy. I guess this is how you're probably supposed to kill guardians. I've been absolutely speedrunning this since the start, but this is definitely more inefficient, but cooler. Yeah. Once I got the wood I went right back to Tarrey Town. And Hudson told me he'd need somebody who has a gift for tailoring. Probably a Gerudo, he says. Of course, the name was supposed to be in line with the Bolson construction policy, so it had to end in son. Still, very, very restrictive policy here, but hey, I guess I'll take it. At this point, I remembered a while back that Pura had told me I could come back with some Guardian parts to upgrade my Sheikah slate. So I went ahead and went back to her lab, considering I had just killed a bunch of Guardians. Turns out I had all the materials I needed for this, so I upgraded pretty much everything. I got the Sheikah Sensor Plus. The problem is I never ever used this in the entire game. That's just how it goes, I guess. I also made my bombs way stronger, made it so my stasis could also freeze enemies, not only objects. That's good. They also added a picture to my compendium here, of some carrots. I was supposed to take a picture of everything in the game, and that's not gonna happen, alright? Don't get your hopes up. Once I was fully powered up, I decided to make my way back to the Woodland Tower. The first thing I did was I climbed on top of this skull, and I found a huge claymore, just stabbed into it. That stuff looks good. I flew down to the plains, and I started looking for the spot where I thought I could find the memory, trying to triangulate some coordinates here on the map. But after trudging through the storm of it, I eventually found a light on the ground.
There's one. Oh, and another. The flowers we have in Hyrule aren't just beautiful. They're also quite useful as ingredients for a variety of things. This one here is called the Silent Princess. It's a rare, endangered species. Despite our efforts, we can't get them to grow domestically yet. The princess can only thrive out here, in the wild. Is that what I think it is? Look at this. I don't believe it, but I actually caught one. This delicacy is known to have very, very potent effects under the proper circumstances. Ta-da! Research from the castle shows ingesting one of these can actually augment certain abilities. Go on. Taste it.
Did he eat the frog? That's what I'm asking now. That was cute, though. At this point, I wasn't missing too many memories. I was halfway through, pretty much. With all of that done, it was finally time to explore the woodland region. So I flew down to the nearby forest. Yeah, the one nearby looked really gnarly. The trees didn't look very friendly there. I saw this reindeer nearby that I wanted to use as a mount, and I actually hopped on it, and I managed to calm him down somehow. The man just followed me. I started to make my way with the deer towards the forest. But I'm gonna be honest, when I was at the entrance, this place was pretty spooky, okay? I didn't want anything bad to happen to my man the deer, so I just freed him, let him go. That was a very nice experience, though. We made a new friend. Walking forward, I made my way into the Lost Woods. This place was pretty creepy. Not sure how I feel about this one. I started following some torches around that sort of guided a path through this thick fog. And you know, the trees had faces. I don't know how I feel about that. I wouldn't want to be in a forest where the trees have faces. I'm gonna be honest, if one of those trees moved, I was gonna poof my pants right on the spot. Eventually I found actually I didn't find shit. Eventually the fires ended and I just started to make my way without one through the forest, and this thing was getting worse and worse. But I found this torch on the ground, and I used it to pick up the flame. I noticed the cinders of the flame went one specific way with the wind, so I decided to follow that. What's going on here? What the hell? Guys? Oh, what the okay, that's not normal, I think. I kept following the road there until I found this little valley in between some rocks. And at that point, the fog started to clear and I could see the huge cherry blossom tree in the distance. Look how nice this place is, dude! I had finally made my way to Korok Forest. And yeah, look at that. Big legendary sword in the ground, just like Bludo from the Gorons had mentioned. I immediately tried to pick it up. As soon as I got close, I started getting a vision.
Link, you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
Who is that? Did I doze off again?
Well, well. It's you. After 100 years, I'd nearly given up hope on seeing you again. Even my patience has limits, you know. That look on your face tells me that you have no recollection of me, however. I have watched over Hyrule since time immemorial. Many have referred to me over the ages as the Deku tree. That is the weapon created by the ancient goddess. The sword that seals the darkness that only the chosen knight can wield against the Calamity Ganon. Believe it or not, it was actually you who wielded that sword 100 years ago. But I must warn you to take extreme caution. As you are now, I cannot say whether you are worthy or not. Best of luck, young one.
I tried my best to pull the Master Sword out of its pedestal, but wasn't strong enough. The tree had to stop me before I died. The sword was absorbing all my health. Yeah, I wasn't prepared yet. I guess we needed to become stronger. Since I couldn't do much about the sword yet, I decided to look around Korok Forest. And look at that! An old friend was there. My man Hastu was right there. To be fair, this is where he told me he would be. I decided to give him all the Korok seeds I found along the way. I had found quite a bit, and he powered up all of my inventory slots. This was a huge upgrade for me, okay? Up until now, I did not have a space for anything. My man did his little dance a couple of times and I was absolutely ready to go. One of the Koroks seems like elder or something, the biggest one in the area. Chio gave me a mission to complete the 3 Korok trials. If you can overcome the Korok trials, you can overcome anything. Before embarking on the trials, I decided to make my way inside the tree, where there was a little alcove with a few shops that the Korok has set up specifically for me to find. It was really cute. These are some really cute guys. One of them had made a bed for me out of leaves and mushrooms. Really nice. My man did not even charge me any fees for sleeping in there. That bed has been waiting for me for 100 years. After resting for a bit, I picked up a soup ladle from the nearby wall and made my way outside, so I could go do the 3 Korok trials. The first trial was about escorting this little Korok through this fog-filled forest without getting spotted. He didn't need to know he wasn't doing the trial alone, okay? I had to kill off a few enemies that wanted to attack my little boy, and then eventually made my way to a shrine, which marked the end of the trial. My man Oki here was convinced he did the trial all by himself, and you know what? Good for him. He's too cute to tell him. I then went into the Da Choka shrine, which was a simple blessing here. Gave me an ancient core. Near the tree, I also noticed there was a shrine for the forest itself, the Kyorug shrine. I think it's literally made to sound like Korogo, actually. This one was about looking at some constellations in the sky and matching them to the ones on the ground here. I quickly figured it out and made my way through. The second Korok trial was called the Test of Wood. That's quite the name, okay? This one was about making my way through some enemies with only wooden weapons. Alright, I guess I can probably do that. Or so I thought. I got absolutely obliterated a couple of times. This was bad. Mainly by falling into the bog again. I fell into the mud and died. That's how it keeps happening. God damn it! Oh my god, am I dumb? Am I stupid, guys? Third time around, I just summoned Socrates in. I could not be bothered to just walk through this by myself. Oh my god, Link, what is wrong with you? Eventually made it to the shrine, thankfully. This was the Mag Halan shrine. This one gave me a giant ancient core. Very nice. The third and last trial was about looking for trees that had some metal with the magnesis. I just followed them through and eventually made my way to an opening. I followed a few more puzzles that consisted of speaking to the trees, like the Lorox. I finally made my way to the Kun Sidaj shrine. I found another giant ancient core in there. Yeah, still nice stuff. At this point, all of the trials were completed. My man Chio was very happy to hear that. He gave me 3 big hearty truffles. That stuff was very nice. Really good stuff. I then for some reason decided I wanted to climb the Great Deku tree. I just climbed all over his face and until I got to the top. This was just one cool looking tree. There was a Korok there. His name was Walton. He gave me some riddles. I was supposed to bring in some items. And I figured those out pretty quickly. Those weren't really that difficult. I also saw this sign that said, "Note from Maka, just climb to this tree's mouth to leave the forest. I promise it won't eat you." Bro, and yeah, I guess it worked. Okay, so that was Korok Forest. Very nice. Well, we know where the legendary sword is. I guess we're gonna have to come back later and get it. And there was another area that was missing, so I started making my way towards the Typhlow ruins to the north. On the way there, though, I saw a interesting sight. A white-maned Lionel. This guy looked tough. He was definitely stronger than the last two ones. And of course, I decided to fight him. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty much unstoppable at this point. Absolutely decimated this guy. He broke all of my equipment, of course, but my man did not stand a chance, okay? The only thing that's killed me so far is mud and a few other things. I sure hope Ganon isn't using any mud wherever he stands. That's gonna be a problem. I got some very good equipment out of this, so hey, we are pretty stacked now. I finally got in front of Typhlow ruins here. This place was shrouded in darkness. I went in, and it was another one of those challenges, and it got completely dark. I don't like the dark. Okay, this was one of the scariest experiences of my life. It was claustrophobic as hell. Oh no. Dude, this is terrifying. Are you kidding me? Actual horror section hidden in these ruins. That's terrifying! Oh my god. That's a Hinox. There was a huge sleeping Hinox, which I tried to stealth my way through, but to no avail. At the end, I found this ball and placed it in one of those pedestals. Unlocked a Keto Wawai shrine. They're just trying to make me sound dumb when I pronounce these at this point. It's just that, I think. They give me an ancient core. Okay, I feel like this was not enough of a reward for almost getting a heart attack, but it's fine, I'll take it. As soon as I could, I just made my way the hell out of there. I did not want to stand in that place for one more second. This was the worst experience of my life. Since at this point I was pretty much done with the Woodlands region, I decided to make my way through central Hyrule. I knew there were probably a few more things I had missed. And there was this huge Colosseum in the distance. I wanted to make my way there. On the way, I found the Kamyatak shrine. I had to push boulders around to open doors. I had to use a lot of kinetic energy in this one. Diamond, the most precious gem one can find in Hyrule. Its signature sparkle has charmed Hyruleans for generations. Dude, this is gonna be good. I crossed the Kwame Bridge here and made my way to the ruined Colosseum, absolutely enshrouded in malice. Inside there was a blue Lionel, but I mean small fish at this point. I made quick work of him. After absolutely decimating this Lionel, I picked up what was left of him and made my way through the rest of the Colosseum. There was nothing that important here. A few enemies. I also found this phantom helmet. This thing looks pretty terrifying and it gave me attack boost, but it looked pretty dumb, so I don't think I'll ever use this. I then moved on to the rightmost area of the Hyrule Fields. Cut this part where I die like twice. Mother one-shot me? Jesus! I hate these guys so much! Die, dude. Jesus Christ, I hate you so much. You and your stupid compatriot, bro. Got up on this hill where I talked to Benny, an explorer, who gave me a few tips. A very nice person. I then saved this girl, Lika, from a blue bokoblin who was attacking her, and spotted a nearby stable, and I made my way there. This was the wetland stable, and as usual, my man Pikango, who kept going on about those fairy fountains. Also, Beedle and Cass were here. It's good to see the gang is always around the stables, you know. I stole a wooden mop from inside and then started exploring the nearby areas. Of course, there was a shrine nearby to use as a teleport point, the Kaya 1 shrine. I just had to make my way through some water with my Cryonis. Had to abandon my mop here, unfortunately, in exchange for a broadsword. That's a shame. Outside, I saw this man Quince with a dog. He told me about a glowing beast, apparently, and the dog, Sati, saved him. Apparently, this thing was on a strange mountain called the Satori Mountain in central Hyrule. I noted that down mentally, and then I started making my way towards the forest nearby. And it wasn't long before I noticed I was close to a memory.
How did it come to this? The divine beasts, the guardians, they've all turned against us. It turned them all against us. And everyone, Mipha, Urbosa, Revali and Daruk, they're all trapped inside those things. Our only hope for defeating Ganon is lost, all because I couldn't harness this cursed power. Everything I've done up until now, it was all for nothing. So I really am just a failure. kingdom. My father, most of all. I tried and I failed them all. I left them all to die.
After that emotional turmoil, I felt like I needed to rest a bit, so I decided to teleport back to the cozy old Korok Forest, got myself a couple stamina vessels from the goddess statue, and then took some time to rest and kinda figure things out before the rest of my journey. At the start of day 6, I decided my next objective would be the bird, Medoh. So I started heading towards the part of the map left of central Hyrule. I teleported to the Great Plateau and flew down from there. I was attacked by an assassin on the way, of course. I dispatched him pretty quickly, and I took a ride on Socrates until I reached the outskirt table. I met Pikango again here. My man was still talking about the Great Fairy Fountain in Kakariko Village. I don't know what is wrong with this guy. What's happening? I'm gonna have to investigate this. There was a shrine nearby, the Rota Shrine. This one was about rotating the center of the room here to throw some balls in their respective places. I kinda used the trick here. I used my great sword to throw a ball over a wall, which I don't know if it locked me out or anything, but this one took a bit to solve. I felt kinda dumb, not gonna lie. But eventually I made it up to the top and got out of this damn place. I wanted to investigate about what the hell Pikango was talking about. I'm gonna go to Kakariko Village and take a picture of that freaking fairy fountain, dude. Felt maybe if I showed some proof to the guy, he would shut up about it, finally. I went back to the outskirts stable to talk to Pikango and met a couple other people there. An old man, Tofa, told me about a white horse that was roaming around those parts on Safula Hill. Apparently this was a descendant of the white horse that Zelda used. Told me if I brought him back to him, he would repay me. We'd have to find a royal white stallion. Afterwards, I found Pikango inside, and he was still talking about the fairy fountain. He would not accept the picture. I don't know what was wrong with him. So I went and talked to him at Kakariko Village. My man was still standing here, and this time it actually worked. And he started running straight up the hill. Man was just completely insane. He wanted to go see it for himself. He got tired like halfway through, so I showed him the picture, and yeah, he was happy with that. Bro was satisfied with a picture from a place that was 10 meters away. And then my man offered to help me recognize places from the pictures in my camera. The guy immediately told me about one of the memories that was located near Mount Lanayru. This man was this useful the whole time, and I had no idea. So I immediately located the place, but Mount Lanayru seems like a cold area, right? I'm gonna have to wait up on that. Probably wanna find some cold-resistant gear. After going back to the outskirts stable, Pikango was there again, and he told me about another place. The picture with the horse statue was located in Sanidin Park ruins nearby, on Safula Hill, where I was supposed to find a stallion. I started to go there right away. And guess who I met on the way? It was my man Regan. He made it all the way here, barefoot. I made it past Manhala Bridge and took a right turn until I was on Safula Hill. There was a little spot to park your horses here. Very nice place, actually. I found the memory quite fast.
Be sure to take the time to soothe your mount. That's the only way it will know how you truly feel. Your advice was quite helpful, thank you. See that mountain? That's Mount Lanayru. It takes its name from the goddess of wisdom. Lanayru's decree is very specific. It says no one is allowed under the age of 17. For only the wise are permitted a place upon the mountain. I've prayed at the Spring of Courage and at the Spring of Power, yet neither awoke anything inside me. But maybe up there. Perhaps the Spring of Wisdom, the final of the three, will be the one. Tomorrow is my 17th birthday. So then I shall go and make my way up the mountain.
Right after seeing the memory, I recognized something nearby. A white horse. The thing looked exactly like the one in my memory, so I tried to sneak towards it. My guy was super evasive, but I managed to get my hands on him. I parked Socrates there for a little bit and drove this white horse all the way back to the stable. And I named him Aristotle. A pretty fitting name if you ask me. I don't know why. It just fits really well. I went back and spoke with Toffa and he was pretty happy about that. He gave me the royal saddle and bridle. And look at that, my man was absolutely dripped out. Dude was looking magnificent. I gave him a cool French braided mane, and I also gave him the ancient saddle so he could teleport around. I decided I'd be using Aristotle for a little bit at least. After passing Medoh Bridge, I ran into my man Cass. I heard his song from far away. He told me about a song that he heard in the area. It talked about a single arrow passing 2 rings, and the place nearby was full of rings. I looked around to find 2 that were aligned enough for me to shoot through them. After a bit of looking through, I found 2 that were sort of aligned and masterful shot. I don't even know how I did that, I'm gonna be honest. And the shrine popped up. I went into the Shim Dagoza shrine here. This was about pinball. This was literally just pinball. I then started traveling north again until I got near the tower of the area. Ridgeland Tower was full of monsters, rain, and people shooting shock arrows at me. I completely ignored them and just started climbing as fast as I could. Just speedrun this thing. I did not want to be in the middle of that. And I unlocked this piece of the map for the west part of central Hyrule here. From the tower, I could see this giant storm cloud in the distance. And there was also this man dressed in some weird clothes, telling me he would pay me to see me fly as far as I possibly could. Man was actually deranged. So I managed to fly about 400 or so meters. It did give me 50 rupees in exchange, which was pretty nice. I found a shrine that way at least. This was the Zaltawa shrine. This one was kind of a weird one. I just had to find these bowls all around. They were hidden behind places. There was this moving platform that I had to jump inside very precisely. Back on the tower, I decided to travel in the direction of the stormy cloud in the distance. Apparently this was a huge trial just hidden here on the Tundra Plateau. I had to find these 4 colored orbs on these towers and bring them back to the central area. Very quickly found the red, purple, yellow and green ones and put them in their respective places. And a shrine popped up in the middle, the To Yasa shrine. This one was about uncovering some platforms beneath some rubble. I also found some rubber armor that helped me protect against electricity. I looked completely dumb, but hey, I guess it was useful. I then left the Tundra Plateau and started making my way further north. I wanted to reach the area where Medoh resided. Made it past these rocky hills until I reached the Seren stable. Inside there were 4 researchers having some theories about Leviathan skeletons. There were these Leviathans apparently in the ancient past. One of them thought they were extinct due to an ice age. The other one thought it was because of volcanic eruptions, and the third one because of cataclysmic droughts. They wanted proof for their theories, and they wanted me to find those huge Leviathan bones. I guess, sure, I'll look for huge carcasses. Alright, dude. Around the Seren stable, I saw Dinrol, the red dragon. I decided to fly down into the crevasse here and try to shoot a scale off of him, and I managed to do it. It landed right in the canyon nearby. I managed to get Dinrol's scale. This was gonna be very useful. I could finally go unlock the Spring of Power. But, I mean, now I found myself into this huge canyon. There was a place called the Forgotten Temple on the map. I could see it from the distance, so I decided to take a little trip there. The place had some very weird architecture. I decided to climb inside this huge opening on the front, and the place was absolutely littered with guardians. Okay, this was a guardian hellhole. I decided to activate beast mode and deflected a few of their shots. This was way too easy for me, honestly. To be fair, Daruk's protection did help a bit here, but hey, it was mostly me, okay? Thankfully, I managed to make my way through. At the end, there was a huge statue of the goddess, as well as the Rona Cacta shrine. This one was just a blessing, and I mean, thank God. It gave me a great flame blade. I mean, it wasn't worth it, but hey, thanks at least. I decided to pray to the absolutely immense statue of the goddess, and got myself a nice stamina vessel. With the Forgotten Temple explored, I made my way back to the Seren stable and unlocked the shrine that was near it, so I could travel faster here. The Moniatoma shrine was just about bringing this bowl into this mechanism. I completely skipped the entire thing by just using my greatsword to bounce it over the wall. Yeah, that was pretty easy, not gonna lie, okay? Since I had one of Dinrol's scales, I decided to shield surf my way down to the Spring of Power. I hate this so much. And offered the scale to the spring, just like I did with the courage one. And it opened up another shrine, the Tutsuwa Nima shrine. This was a major test of strength. This guy was tough. I got some really strong guardian weapons out of this though. Pretty nice stuff. I also got another stamina vessel from the statue outside. Since I was gonna travel to the colder areas of the map with the huge mountains, I decided to make myself some spicy pepper food to keep myself warm. I then summoned my man Felonius, which I hadn't seen in quite a bit, and started traveling north again, towards the huge mountains in the distance. The temperature dropped quite fast. There was a guy on the way with a horse, his name was Baumar. He said he wanted to become the best shield surfer, and apparently there was a woman, Selmy, at the top of the mountain, who was the best shield surfer in Hyrule. Okay. After talking to this guy, Felonius immediately committed murder. He saw this cute fox on the way. Look at it, dude! What? No! And attacked it immediately. Felonius! Felonius, no! That was the cutest thing I've ever seen, and he just absolutely took its life. No! I don't know what to do about this dog. You can't just kill wildlife like that. That's crazy. I kept following the snowy path southwest until I made it to Snowfield Stable. Somehow Beetle was here with absolutely no protection for himself. He was just standing there in a shirt and short pants. I don't know what is wrong with this man. I used a nearby campfire to make myself some hasty elixirs by cooking some frogs. It tripled my running speed for 5 minutes. This thing was strong. I then unlocked the Reen Oya shrine here. For this one I was supposed to use the fans here and the wind to direct the ball into its spot, but I just kind of froze the ball there and waited for the freezing effect to stop, so I would just go up. Absolutely decimated the shrine. I kept my travels going southwest until I eventually reached the Hebra Tower. This thing unlocked a huge area of the map, okay? This place had probably the tallest mountain in the entirety of Hyrule, and the thing had a gigantic hole in the side. I still couldn't really spot the place where Medoh was on the map, so I had to travel further south. I passed through the Tabanta village ruins heading for the next tower, and I could see Medoh from here. This place was less cold, and I saw a village in the distance, built atop a giant stone spire. The Rito stable was right there, and Cass was waiting for me, some people were sitting by the fire. These places are always very nice. I circled around the village heading for the tower, until I encountered a stone talus on the way, which I'm gonna be honest, I absolutely obliterated this guy. Then I reached the Tabanta Tower here. All I had to do was destroy some of the mallets that was holding a pillar, and I could use it as a way to climb up. At this point, I finally unlocked the piece of the map that contained the Rito Village and the area that Medoh was in, the Tabanta Frontier. I made my way back to the entrance of the village, past a few bridges here with my man Felonius guarding me, until I heard a weird noise in the air. Well, that was kind of worrying. I decided to just make my way inside Rito Village and investigate on the problem a little. Okay. Hear me out. Yeah? No, nothing. It's just... I was just thinking something. Was the Rito down bad? Bro, you are Rito down bad. Okay, bro, listen. I went to Swallow's Roost, the local tavern, and paid for a super soft bed. The thing reinvigorated me quite a bit. I also emptied their supplies shop because I was in dire need of ingredients and arrows. And they also had a clothes shop where they sold cold-resistant gear. Rito Village had a shrine here that I could use for a quick teleport, the Ankh Vakot shrine. For this one I had to make it so that the wind hit all of these windmills here and activated all of them at the same time. Somehow I was really lucky and solved it really quickly. In the top part of town, there was a guy named Hart who was injured. Apparently he got hit by some monster. There was also a family of birds with a kid named Tulin. He said his dad went to Flight Range and promised they would play there. Might have to visit that. In the top part of town, I made my way up to the village elder. The guy looked fluffy as hell. Canelli, his name was. He recognized the Sheikah slate on my hip and told me I had to deal with Divine Beast Medoh. I mean, that's what I was here for, so that makes sense. Teba and Hart tried to confront Medoh, but Hart was injured apparently, and Teba escaped, but I fear he now plans to face Medoh alone. I was supposed to go find him. I talked to Saki, his wife apparently. She told me I was supposed to go from Revali's landing all the way to the flight range. And looking at the landing there, kind of unlocked some memories, I guess.
Impressive, I know. Very few can achieve a mastery of the sky. Yet I have made an art of creating an updraft that allows me to soar. Now then, my ability to explore the firmament is certainly of note. So blunt, let's not forget the fact that I am the most skilled archer of all the Rito. Yet despite these truths, it seems that I've been tapped to merely assist you. Maybe we should just settle this one-on-one. How about up there? Oh, you must pardon me. I forgot you have no way of making it up to that divine beast on your own. Good luck sealing the darkness!
So I made my way down there, and there was a shrine nearby, the Sha Warvo shrine. This one was about flying up very high with some fans. That's pretty much it, yeah, actually. I climbed up to the flight range, and sure enough, there was a guy waiting right there. Teba, my man looked cool as hell.
I don't know you, and I'm actually pretty busy here. You should probably go.
He didn't really trust me initially about helping him with the beast, so he told me I needed to hit 5 of the targets in the flight range here to test my strength. I did that pretty quickly, wasn't really hard. I guess that was enough to gain his trust though. He gave me a falcon bow, which I was supposed to use in the upcoming fight. And at that point we wasted absolutely no time. We just flew up until we reached Medoh. This thing had a shield around it. I don't know what the hell this was. I managed to hit all the turrets and eventually the shield dissipated.
Link. It looks like I got hit pretty good back there. I think I need to get back to the flight range. You head down to Medoh. Good luck. It's all you.
As soon as I got there, a familiar voice once again talked to me.
Well now, I've seen that face before. I had a feeling you would show up eventually. But making me wait 100 years is a bit indulgent.
This was Revali, apparently living on through the beast. I eliminated a couple of eyes that contained malice and made my way to the little pedestal that gave me the map. This thing had the usual 5 terminals. For the first one I was supposed to tilt the bird so that a hammer would slide down and hit this button right here, which opened up the passage for the first terminal. The second terminal was just kinda literally standing there. I used a wind current to reach it. For the third one, I was supposed to use this huge metal ball, tilt the bird so it would go down, push a button, and open the way for me. And that was the third terminal. The fourth and fifth terminals were both kinda scary. I had to take these gondolas, I guess. By tilting the bird, I would move them. This seems like the most unsafe thing ever. I did the same thing for both, and I got the fourth and fifth terminal that way. With all the terminals activated, I went ahead to the central control unit as usual. And guess what? Another one of those things just came out of it. Absolute beast. Windblight Ganon. This is the thing that killed Revali 100 years before. Jesus Christ. Somehow this was not that hard. I actually managed to make pretty quick work of him. I got my usual heart container as a reward, and I could see Revali's spirit once again.
Who would have thought? Well done. I do suppose you've proven your value as a warrior. A warrior worthy of my unique ability. The sacred skill that I have dubbed Revali's Gale! Your job is far from finished, you know. The princess has been waiting an awful long time. Medoh's sights are now set. Now we wait for that perfect moment. After all these years, I simply must admit the truth. Even without the power of flight, Link made his way to this divine beast and accomplished something that even I could not. I hope that luck holds out, Link, for everyone's sake.
And I got his power. Revali's Gale, right? That's how it's pronounced, okay? Revali's Gale. Revali, oh my god! This thing made me fly up into the sky. That is really strong. I wish I had gotten this sooner, actually. Well, Medoh was actually a pretty quick solve. I made my way back to Heart's house, and he seemed pretty happy to hear it. Beba was also very happy to see me again. Very surprised that I actually made it. He already told the Elder, apparently. My man was absolutely flabbergasted to learn that I had solved all of their problems, and also mentioned the sword that seals the darkness. I know about it. It's just I haven't really gotten a chance to grab it out of the stone, you know. It gave me the great eagle bow that Revali used, so that's a pretty cool thing. And with that, my time in Rito Village was pretty much up. I decided to rest a bit before proceeding on to the next day. At the start of day 7, I started making my way towards the base of the Hebra mountain. There was a little log cabin here, the Hebra Trailhead Lodge. Inside I found some notes from Selmy. Apparently she is giving some tips on how to get on top of the mountain. But I parked Aristotle at the base of the mountain here and started making my way up. I found a few flags on the way, probably left by Selmy. After catching a couple of wind currents that brought me up, I eventually, after quite some time, made it to the top of the Hebra mountain. And I found this little log cabin, Selmy's spot. Inside, there was a woman named Selmy, who I've already heard a lot about, apparently. And she challenged me to a timed race of shield surfing, so I immediately accepted, of course. It was a pretty long trek, but got a pretty good time, even though I hit a moose on the way. She gave me a soldier shield as a reward, and then we went back in the cabin. From the top of the mountain, I could see the green light over on the other side of the entire continent, pretty much. And where this giant hole in the Hebra mountain was, there was a shrine, the Goma Azag shrine. This was one of those tests of strength. I got one of those royal claymores out of it. With nothing else really left for me to do here at the top of the mountain, I decided to teleport myself near Satori Mountain, where the green light appeared. And after a little trek with Aristotle, I eventually made my way up the thing. The air here had changed quite a bit. There was this cherry blossom tree, and under it a few weird creatures. One of them was the Lord of the Mountain. Looked a hell of a lot like a horse, and I wanted to try to ride it, but the thing disappeared right in front of me. It was gone very quickly. I guess I'll have to try again next time. Under the cherry tree, there was a chest embedded in the ground halfway through, so I pulled it out, and inside of it was the ancient bridle. Very interesting. That stuff looks creepy as hell. With this failed attempt, I went back to the Hebra region here because I wanted to explore the area to the northeast of the zone. I made my way to a pretty vast snowfield, fought one of those white-maned Lionels, pretty easy pickings at this point, and found the Sa Gemma Shrine. For this one, I was just supposed to bring a block of metal up into the air and then lock it in the air. Get it? Smokey! Okay, get out. Okay, good. Thank God, bro. I think I solved it non-conventionally, okay. From there I headed east, where I eventually met a skeletal goblin standing on top of a skeleton horse. This thing was weird, okay? Stal Horse, apparently it was called. I stole the thing to use as a companion during my North Lome labyrinth exploration, which was as difficult as the other one. These labyrinths do not get easier. I was kinda going insane. This took quite a bit. Eventually the Stal Horse got abandoned in a corner of this desolate place. But eventually I found this hole in the wall. Once again, it's always holes in the wall. And managed to make my way towards the middle, where I found the Kazatoke Shrine. Thankfully it was another blessing. I got the Barbarian leg wraps. These things are savage once again. At this point I realized that some time ago I had spotted this fairy fountain from the Tabanta Tower, but I didn't really go there and unlock it, so I went ahead. She asked me for 1,000 rupees. 1,000! I mean, I had to upgrade my gear. What else was I supposed to do? I mean, of course it was worth it, you know how it is. Yeah, usual things. Giant woman came out to the flower, yada yada yada, you know how it works. With pretty much all of the snowy area on the top left of the map explored, I decided to head towards the Lanayru region, where Pikango told me I would find one of my memories. I took the road up from Kakariko village. Eventually I found myself at a huge stone gate. This must have been the passage here. And I also found a shrine behind a waterfall here. Once again, the Do Nesh Shrine. For this one I just had to use 3 chests to push down a huge button in the middle, and that allowed me to make my way up to the monk. I made my way further in through the Lanayru promenade until I reached the east gate of the Lanayru road. This place looked damn close to the place of the memory, and in fact it was right there.
Well, don't keep us in suspense. How'd everything go up there on the mountain?
So you didn't feel anything? No power at all?
I'm sorry, no.
Then let's move on. You've done all you could. Feeling sorry for yourself won't be of any help. After all, it's not like your last shot was up there on Mount Lanayru. Anything could finally spark the power to seal Ganon away. We just have to keep looking for that thing. It's here.
This is it, then.
Are you sure?
Positive.
It's awake. Ganon.
Let's stop wasting time. We're gonna need everything we got to take that thing down. Now, champions, to your divine beasts, show that swirling swine who's boss. Link will need to meet Ganon head-on when we attack. This needs to be a unified assault. Little guy, you get to Hyrule Castle. You can count on us for support. But it's up to you to pound Ganon into oblivion.
We need to get you someplace safe.
No. I'm not a child anymore. I may not be much use on the battlefield. But there must be something I can do to help.
That looked like the almost last memory chronologically. This was probably right before the calamity happened. Bad stuff. Well, on to Mount Lanayru and apparently a spring. Right past the east gate, I saw a blue Lionel. I'm gonna be honest, I could not be bothered to deal with this guy. I shot one of my ancient arrows in its face and it absolutely evaporated. Gone into thin air. He gone! Oh my god, I should be using these things more often. Oh, damn! I hiked my way up all the way through the Lanayru mountain until I reached a interesting place up top. Dude, man, this thing is riddled with malice. You have done well to find your way to the spring. You have overcome numerous trials and obtained the spirit orbs. The one you see before you is an attendant to the Spring of Wisdom. This is Naitra, the blue spirit of Lanayru. The servant of the goddess has looked over the spirits of the land for ages, unknown to the world of man. However, the dreaded malice unleashed by Calamity Ganon has possessed its body and reduced it to this state. You who have received the spirit orbs, free Naitra from this malice. Show what your power can achieve. Oh, Jesus, dude. That is terrifying. I was at the Spring of Wisdom, and this was a bad spot right now. I shot the dragon in one of the huge eyes of malice that had infested its body, and the thing started flying around. I followed it around with my paraglider until all of the eyes were shot down. Eventually, I got the last of them. Once I shot the last eye, my man was purified. He even let me get one of his scales. Really cool guy. The voice told me to use Naidra's scale and to throw it in the water here. I feel like this was kind of a tutorial for the springs, but I probably missed it for the other two ones. Something tells me I should have done this first. But as with the other two, it opened up a path behind the statue, and I made my way into the shrine. The Jitani Sami shrine. I got a frost spear inside and got the hell out of there. Now I knew what was on top of Lanayru mountain, and here at the Spring of Wisdom I decided to get a heart container and a stamina vessel. Out of curiosity, I checked my camera and noticed I only had 3 memories missing. One of them was near where Medoh is supposed to be. So I did one last teleport to the Tabantha Tower, and from there I made my way to the ancient columns, and it was right here in front of the shrine.
Nothing. Just as I thought. It appears that this structure was designed to be exclusively accessed by the sword's chosen one. But designs can always be worked around. At least I hope. How do I get inside? I need to activate it somehow. I thought I made it clear that I'm not in need of an escort. It seems I'm the only one with a mind of my own. I, the person in question, am fine, regardless of the king's orders. Return to the castle and tell that to my father, please. And stop following me!
She seemed pretty angry there. Anyway, I went into the Tena Kosa shrine, which was a major test of strength. Bro, how are they all major now? What is going on? These are gnarly as hell now. Oh no. These are actually pretty difficult. Oh no. Oh no. At this point, it was time to go towards the Gerudo Desert to find Naboris, the last beast. But I wanted to complete what was left of the map that I hadn't seen yet. So I went to the Highland stable, and from there I made my way southwest. While I was at it, I also went back to the Horse God, which I hadn't unlocked yet, and gave him his 1,000 rupees. This thing was creepy, okay? This was not a giant woman. This was not worth it, actually. Shall I make you my meal? Okay, bro. Chill out. Chill fuck up. The name was Malenia. He told me he would revive my horses if they ever died. I hope to God that's not gonna be necessary. Yeah, I was hoping for a giant woman here, but didn't really get that. Quite a shame, really. With that out of the way, I made my way west. And I eventually got to the mounted archery camp, where I found these two guys just camping here. One of them, Straya, talked to me about a giant horse. Told me I could probably find one in the Taobab grasslands nearby, and that he wanted to see one. Sure enough, I made it to this place with those huge baobab trees. There was a horse that was, much larger than normal. This thing was double the size of a normal horse. To catch him, I had to climb one of the trees and fly onto his back, because otherwise I could not get this thing. I eventually tamed him and rode him back all the way to the mounted archery camp. And my man Straya was pretty happy about seeing this. Gave me $100 for it. Very nice. Well, I now had a huge horse, so I guess I had to go back to the stable and register this guy. Plato literally means the big one. And they gave me this sick armor. This guy looks absolutely incredible, honestly. He's got spikes on his hooves. Look at this. Absolute beast of a horse. With everything out of the way now, it was time to go towards the Gerudo Desert. I went back to the outskirts stable, called in my man Plato, and on the way there was a sign saying, Gerudo Canyon Stable. You'll want to stop before entering the desert. Trust me. After quite a trek through the canyon, I eventually made my way to the Gerudo Canyon Stable. Pikango was here, which told me about one of my pictures. This one was at the Kara Bazaar. I will keep that in mind for sure. I absolutely forgot about this. I eventually got to the Kara Bazaar and absolutely forgot to get the memory. Don't worry, we will get it later on. Cass was also here as usual. My man really just traveled all over the place. Very nice guy. I went to unlock the Kaino Shrine. This one was based around electricity. I had to use these spheres to give power to various parts of the shrine. I then used these elevator shafts nearby to make my way up the canyon, so I could get up to where the tower was. Oh God, is that mud? I had to make my way across with these iron boxes that I stacked on top of each other. Insane way to pass. Please not fall in the mud. Oh my God! Oh my God! Well, somehow that worked out. This was the Wasteland Tower. Yeah, well, no wonder. This unlocked the entire desert, the whole bottom left area of the map. And from here I could actually see the last divine beast, Naboris. I also spotted what was probably the Gerudo Town itself. That's where I was supposed to go, I guess. I flew back down to the Gerudo Canyon stable, and unfortunately I couldn't really go on with Plateau from here. I had to make my way through the desert on foot. Before going though, I made a few chill foods that would protect me from the desert heat. Very good stuff. I made it past the Gerudo Desert Gateway and started trekking through the sands. I met a Gerudo traveler who was making her way out of town. Told me that the Yiga clan were trying to attack Gerudo Town. Damn, bad business. After quite the trek, I eventually spotted the Kara Bazaar in the distance. But I heard a weird noise. The divine beast was moving around in the sand. Okay. That is one angry camel. Truly it is. That is colossal. My God. I could see it from all the way over here. Nothing is big, okay? The Kara Bazaar was guarded by this woman, Rip. She said Gerudo Town is still a fair distance from here, and also I'm a male, so I cannot get in. Apparently only women can get into Gerudo Town. Well, that is quite a problem, honestly. I kinda need to get there to save the place, you know? I took some time to explore the bazaar a little. I saw this cute doggo here. I also talked to this guy, Nobiro, that said there is a sandstorm that only stops for a few hours a day. Right, sure, I'll keep that in mind. Another guy, Robston, said that they've been trying to get into Gerudo Town, but they couldn't really go in because they are men. Their leader went to Gerudo Town to figure out a way to get inside, but doesn't seem like they had a lot of luck. I also talked to this woman, Rodson. She was apparently a gifted tailor as well. And well, the situation couldn't be more perfect. I mean, her name did comply with the Bolson construction policies, so I invited her to go over to Tarrytown, and she literally got up and started walking straight away. She did not waste a single second. Alright, see you later, Rodson, I guess. There was also a Goron here, strayed. My man says he's been watching the sandstorm every minute of the day, and it's never stopped, you know, except for when he's sleeping. Figured out the sandstorm probably stops at night. The man never saw it because he's always sleeping through it. Absolute dumbass. At this point, I decided to take a quick nap here at the local tavern to wait for the night to come. As soon as that happened, I started to make my way towards the sandstorm, which had cleared. Well, look at that. There was a Lizalfos camp, which I absolutely bombarded, and a shrine at the end of it. The Dakota Shrine. I just had to use these balls and cubes to conduct electricity all the way through this circuit. I had to use a couple elevators, a couple moving platforms, and I made my way to the end. Once I got out, I saw this thing in the sand here. Looks a lot like a seal. I decided to sneak up to it, and they gave me the option to grab it, so I did. Yo, look at my boy! Go, my buddy, go! This is beautiful. Best game I've ever played in my life. We got sand seals in this place. At this point, I just started making my way through the scorching desert on foot towards Gerudo Town. There were a couple of guards at the entrance that immediately stopped me. Freeze, where do you think you're going? Not in the town, that's for sure. No Vo allowed. Off with you. Okay, dude. All Vo must leave at once. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I had to figure out something. I met this man outside, Bozai, running around the town looking for women. This guy was down bad, okay? This is what the technical term for him is. I tried to ask him for the sand boots, but he didn't want to give them to me. Apparently they let you walk faster in the sand, but my man was greedy as hell. Alright. I also tried to sneak in by climbing on the walls, but I got kicked right out of there. And they were pretty angry at me. Okay, I'm not doing that again, I guess. There was this guy, Benja, probably the leader of the Travelers Company, and he told me there was a man that managed to slip past the security. Apparently he's been traveling between Karakara Bazaar and Gerudo Town. Interesting. I decided to unlock the nearby shrine so I'd have a travel point, and got inside. This was the Dako Chisai shrine, and I had to use these boxes and barrels to conduct electricity. Gonna be honest, I didn't really figure it out. I just dropped all my weapons onto the ground and used those to conduct. I feel like this was a smarter way to do it than the normal one, okay? I feel smarter for this. I don't even care. At this point, I had to make my way back to Karakara Bazaar to figure out a way to get in town. I grabbed a sand seal and made my way back. I spoke to the woman at the reception here. I asked her for a sneaky guy. A sneaky what? You mean a Vo sneaking around town? I haven't seen anyone like that. There's a Hylian Vi who likes to relax on the roof, though in the afternoon it's probably too hot up there. So I waited for the night again, and then climbed on top of the Karakara Bazaar until I found this person. Told me the clothes she was wearing would look quite well on me. Those were the Gerudo women clothes. Okay, I have the perfect outfit for you. Go ahead and change into it right now. Don't worry, I'll look away. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh no. What is this, dude? Just as I thought, you made for quite a good looking gal. That's a traditional Gerudo outfit. Oh my god, dude. Why is Link doing that? Why is he blushing, bro? What's happening right now? Apparently with this I could get into town now. I'm so glad I was able to help you out. If you're free to grab something to eat sometime, keep me in mind. Well, boys, let's go, I guess. This is what it's come down to. This is how you save the world. I bet it drives Vo out in the world wild. I bet it does, Kira. I bet it does. You should see the world, meet new people. Maybe you'll meet a nice Vo. Sure. I'm sure I'll meet a nice man one day. Alright, let's just make our way into town. Let's see what the guards have to say about it. Savota. We don't get a lot of Hylian Vi around here. Welcome to Gerudo Town. Alright, sure, I guess we're doing this. I just made my way into Gerudo Town. This was a crime, okay? I was actually committing a felony right now. And right at the entrance, there was a Goron! How is he allowed? What is he doing here? Bro had no idea why they let him in. I don't even know myself. Why is he in the town? He's also almost completely naked, by the way. I mean, he does look like a rock, I guess. They just went, he's chill, let him in. I had to dress like a femboy for this? There was also a Rito woman here. Damn! And I also found Toka from Tokyo Ghoul here. Yeah, very nice cameo. Walking through the back alleys of Gerudo Town, I met this woman near a statue of the goddess, which was pretty hidden back there. She immediately recognized me as a guy. Thankfully, she did not snitch. Very nice old woman here. Told me she was attached to this statue from her childhood. Apparently, nobody in Gerudo Town really follows the goddess Hylia anymore. Absolute infidels. Well, since I was there, I got myself a nice stamina vessel from the statue. I also met this woman, Isha, in the Central Plaza. She manages a shop that specializes in jewelry, but she is out of flint. Okay, let me tell you, flint is hard to find. She needed 10 flint. I did not have 10 flint on me, okay? This was a bad situation. I kind of wanted to see what accessories she was talking about, so I kinda had to find some flint. So I instantly teleported on Death Mountain, hoping to find some minerals there. I put on some heat-resistant pants, that was about it. The femboy outfit actually helped me resist the heat somehow. And I found some flint pretty quickly. Went right back to Gerudo Town. And guess who I found outside? Bozai. Bozai had no idea I was a dude. Okay, and he was down bad once again. I asked him for the sand boots again, and he told me he'd only give them to me if I could find a statue of the 8th heroine. Dude, I don't even know who the other 7 are. What are you talking about? Apparently it was somewhere on the Gerudo Highlands. Okay, man. Alright, sure. He did give me some snow boots, which apparently are used to go up on the highlands. I guess I'll be using these then. For now, though, I put his request aside and gave the flint back to Isha, who gave me some really cool topaz earrings in exchange. These looked pretty sick, actually. At this point, her shop had restocked, and I put my sights on the amber earrings, which gave me quite a bit of defense. I purchased them for 100 rupees. Very nice. I then went into the local inn here and wanted to get a bed. We're an inn, of course, but we also have a special spa plan, a vacation for mind and body. Roma here told me there is a special spa plan. Sure, seems relaxing. I got the spa plan. You're pretty muscular for a Hylian. I like your boyish figure. Okay, sure. I'm gonna be honest, I can't really remember what happened. I don't know what to think about this. All I know is in the morning I was really relaxed. Yeah, it was a good experience apparently. I can't really attest to that 100%, but you look like the very image of relaxation. That did not sound like a massage, bro. At this point, I just walked towards the central palace here. There was a woman nearby. Her name was Tracy, and apparently she's the one that wrote all those diaries around the stables, talking about weird treasure and stuff. Interesting person. But yeah, I just walked into the palace. You stand before Lady Riju, chief of the Gerudo. Declare your business, but come no closer. You think you have what it takes to subdue something so powerful as a divine beast? The only ones who could ever control them were champions like Lady Urbosa. And all of the champions died in the Calamity 100 years ago. When the Calamity happened, the Princess of Hyrule placed a fallen swordsman into a deep sleep. That swordsman, much like your new friend here, was named Link, though it always seemed more legend than fact. If you troll Yara champion, perhaps you will be able to enter Naboris and calm its anger. Perhaps if this person were first to prove his worth by recovering your stolen Thunder Helm. You see, there is only one thing in all of Hyrule that can withstand the lightning from Naboris. The Thunder Helm, a family heirloom and relic of the Gerudo. But as Buliara says, it was stolen from us. Very well, I was supposed to get the Thunder Helm now, so I could get their trust and get into Naboris. This seemed to be quite the endeavor, so I took a little break and waited till the next day. I started day 8 by forgetting to record the raw game footage. I only had the stream footage, so you're gonna have to see my dumb face for a few minutes on screen now. I went and talked to the guards. Liana here said they had lost Barta, one of theirs. Probably gonna investigate on that, I guess. I went and spoke to the leader of the guards, told her I needed to go find the Thunder Helm. The chief's heirloom was stolen by thieves belonging to the Yiga clan. We've determined that the Yiga's hideout is in Karuza Valley. I was apparently now part of their unit. Amazing, great. I decided to ask for some more information around until I found this woman, Melina. She told me her husband was sick, and apparently she needs the innards of a Molduga to heal him. I have no idea what a Molduga is, and apparently it's a menacing beast, so she doesn't know who to ask, and the guards can't really help because of the whole Yiga problem. Apparently the beast was sensitive to vibration, okay, noted. I went and spoke to Com here, who is running a sand seal rental place. I paid 20 bucks for a sand seal, and this one looked pretty sick. They pimped my sand seal apparently. I noticed there was a few statues pointing in certain directions with their swords, so I decided to follow them. Oh Jesus, what's okay, the map? Okay, that's bad. Guys, I kept following the statues through this place because they were pretty much the only way I had to navigate here. Eventually they guided me to the Kima Zeus shrine. This place was once again about electricity, but I had to stop this piece of metal in the air so it would fall down and I could use it as a power source. Once outside, the storm had cleared. Apparently all I had to do was complete that shrine. Okay, very nice. On the way though, I spotted the nearby tower of the area, so I decided to climb up. I used the Revali's Gale a few times until I was pretty much up here. This tower was hovering a huge abyss, just a gigantic hole in the ground. What even is down there? Oh, just the void. Okay, I see. I'm glad. I had to climb my way through some scaffolding, and the Gerudo Tower here unlocked the last piece of the map. There it is! And look who it is. My man Cass was up here with me. I know a song about this place. As light shines from the northwest skies, from the tower's shadow, an arrow flies. Apparently there is some sort of a puzzle here. The first thing I tried to do was shoot at the pedestal, but from the tower's shadow, an arrow flies. Oh no, I gotta be down there. I figured out pretty quickly that I was supposed to shoot at the sun. Please! Yes! Oh, thank God! Oh, thank God, dude! And somehow that worked. Oh my God! Whenever I did that, it activated a shrine. This was the Sasakai shrine. It was another of those tests of strength. This goddamn puzzle was a test of strength already. What are you talking about, modest tests of strength? Since I was supposed to fight the statue of this 8th heroine here on the Gerudo Highlands, the map I just unlocked, I decided to go look for it. After a bit of roaming on the snowfields, I eventually found this 8th heroine statue. Let's go. Save that. That should do it for our friend over on in Gerudo Town. Thank goodness you made it back safely. I have to come clean. The 8th heroine is just an urban legend. It doesn't actually exist. I won't put you in danger anymore. From now on, I'll be your protect. Found it. Bro didn't even believe it. And yeah, if it's okay, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you, sand boots, please. We just absolutely scammed this man out of his boots. Since I was in town already, I decided to take a look around, and I came upon this door in the back alleys. A woman named Greta asked me for a password, and I absolutely had no idea what the hell they were talking about. They did tell me to go drink milk in the bar. I didn't quite know where to find milk, so I went to the Gerudo Tower and figured I should probably do my exploration of the Yiga place. This has been waiting for a bit too long. I made my way over to the valley and trudged through the sand here a bit. Thankfully I had the sand boots, which helped me out a lot. On the way I got attacked by a few Yiga assassins. I guess I should have probably expected that, considering I'm going right in their hideout. I eventually made it to this sort of weird shrine here, with a few statues with some upside down eyes on them. I used a torch nearby to burn some of these paper curtains that were hanged over many of the openings here, and I got myself 50 bucks and apparently an entrance into the hideout. Very well hidden, my guys. Very good job with this one. Oh, there's a person here! It's the girl that disappeared! Don't worry, Barta. I'm gonna clean the place up. You're gonna be free in no time. Oh my God! He's dead. This guy was just standing in front of the door. I decided to throw a banana. I don't know what is wrong with these guys. What is that goofy owl walk, bro? And he's dead. In the next room, I found this ladder that led me to a huge stash full of bananas. This place was filled with these. The problem here is I immediately fell down and got caught. Oh no. My guys sealed the entrance and I got absolutely murdered, one-shotted. The second time around I was a bit more cautious. I eventually managed to kill every single one of the people in the room by distracting them with bananas. These guys had no idea what hit them. He's dead. With the place completely cleaned out, I moved on to the next room. And there were these chests embedded into the ground. I pulled out magnesis and I saw that one wall was completely made of metal. So I decided to turn it and look at that. Secret passage. And this guy appeared. He recognized my Sheikah slate, and apparently he was Master Koga, the leader of the Yiga clan. Oh God! My men look goofy as hell. What? Oh my God! What is wrong with these guys? Aren't they supposed to be assassins or something? Bro got the goofy combat style. He was throwing these metal balls at me. I just made them fall back onto his head. He wasn't a very smart guy. Bro is actually stupid. Bro is actually dumb. At one point he got pretty desperate. Summoned this gigantic metal ball. Only the leader of the Yiga clan can use this secret technique. It is the ultimate. I started rolling towards him and pushed him into the giant crater in the middle of the arena. I don't know who thought this was a good idea to put this big hole in the middle here, but alright, bro. Good job. Great job, buddy. And there it was, I found the Thunder Helm. That was easier than expected, actually. With the Thunder Helm in hand, I went back to Gerudo Town, put on my fanboy outfit, and walked inside. I decided to stop at the bar here to get a glass of milk like the woman from the weird door asked me to. We don't carry anything as childish as milk here. I decided to go ask the other clients if they had some milk, and they started talking about a secret password that they didn't want to reveal to me for some reason. I decided to walk into the nearby house. Hey there. Person. There was a woman there, Rotana, who started talking to me about something about the 7 heroines and how I was supposed to go find their statues or something. Sure, I agreed. I was just trying to spy on the other people. That's right, the password. It's GSC Diamond. Greta let me right in. Look at that. This place was pretty spooky. Interesting. Not only they sell a weird skeleton armor here, which was made of luminous stone apparently, but they also sold some Gerudo male outfits, which are illegal. Out here committing more felonies. All right, let's buy the whole set. Bro is hot as I was absolutely dripped out at this point. I made my way out to the secret club and went back into the Gerudo palace here. Apparently Riju was not on the throne. She was waiting for me in her room. I kinda lost my way and I found this little courtyard here with a very cool sand seal with a little ribbon on top. The guard here told me if I gave her an apple, she would predict my fortune. Oh really? Have apple. and it's just rolling over. I made my way back inside and eventually found Riju's room. As the chief of the Gerudo, I can sense the power of the heirloom flowing from you. I know that you've succeeded. She did tell me she was pretty insecure about her position as a chief since she was still basically a child. And yeah, the helm didn't really fit her very well. How do I look? Absolutely stupid. But seeing her wear it unlocked parts of my memory here.
Ah, well, you certainly got here fast. She was out on a survey all day today. Still as the sands now. So, spill it, boy. Have the two of you been getting along all right? She gets frustrated every time she looks up and sees you carrying that sword on your back. It makes her feel like a failure when it comes to her own destiny. Don't worry, it's not like you carry blame in any of this. Ever since she was a young girl, she's gone through rigorous daily routines to show her dedication. She once passed out in the freezing waters trying to access this sealing power. That's the motivation driving her research. I'd be doing the same thing. She really is quite special. You be sure to protect her with your life. It's quite the honor. It's probably time we take her in. Or...
Urbosa! What was that? Did you feel that? Wait, what? How did you... What are you doing here? What's so funny?
Well, she asked me for help with Naboris, which was exactly my objective, so I decided to help her and told me to meet her at the lookout post south of town. Riju left, and I took the opportunity to take a look around the room here. I saw a very cute plushie of a sand seal, look at that, and there was also a diary. Apparently Riju tried to investigate on a divine beast, but she got hurt and Buliara saved her, and now she felt like she was sort of overprotected. Apparently being the chief of a civilization of ripped desert women, yeah, seems pretty stressful, okay? I decided to rent another sand seal to make my way towards Riju and went out in the desert with it. I eventually made it to the outlook post. Riju seemed pretty surprised to see me not in a femboy outfit. She activated the power of the helm, which created this sphere of energy around us. Okay, this thing seemed safe as hell. Very nice. We made our way into the sandstorm and eventually saw Divine Beast Naboris on the horizon. I absolutely blasted this thing with bomb arrows. Destroyed its ankles. Okay, this thing was broken. Naboris eventually collapsed to the ground, and Riju left me to deal with the situation myself.
Unfortunately, I cannot appease Naboris on my own. I have no choice but to entrust the rest to you.
So I climbed the beast, which started walking again, just in time.
Don't let us down, Link.
Once inside, one last time, I heard the voice of one of the old friends.
You sure do know how to keep a woman waiting.
Urbosa here was talking to me about how I needed to find the guidance stone. I made my way to the huge body of the beast. Apparently this thing had some inner cylinders that I could rotate. Once again, I was supposed to find the 5 terminals. For the first one, I just rotated the body until a circuit of electricity connected, made it run all the way into the back until the butt of the camel came up and made a way for me. Climb, go Link, run! I made it here. Here I followed a couple of puzzles where I had to use these electric balls to activate some mechanisms, and I found the first terminal right here. For the second terminal, I went to the front of the camel and turned this mechanism until the neck came up and an elevator brought me up the thing. From there, I reached the second terminal in the neck of the beast. The third terminal needed 2 of these power cores to function, but I was a smart man and I could not be bothered to find the second one. So I just used the electricity from the first one, laid all my weapons on the ground until the electricity conducted all the way to the other side. I absolutely cheesed this thing. And that was the third terminal. I'm just too good at the game. Look at this. Look at this, dude. I recovered all my weapons and I made my way toward the 4th terminal. This was really not that complicated, it was just in a tough spot to reach. I just had to rotate the body a bit until I got to it. The 5th terminal was trapped inside a small area in the belly that I could only reach from the outside, so I went outside, rotated the body inside, and I made my way in. That was pretty easy. The question is now, how the f do I get out of this? I am forever trapped. With all 5 terminals in place, I walked towards the central control unit for the last time. Activated it, and one last time, a part of Ganon came out. Oh god. Oh my god, dude. The creature that killed Lady Urbosa. Oh no. This one was the hardest one of them all. Thunderblight Ganon. It was very fast, it made lightning all around. I had to use these pillars of metal to make it hit himself with its own lightning. This was a pretty complicated one. Very speedy guy. Oh my god! Oh my god! Got it! Woo! It's just too easy. I'm just too good at the game. I got my 4th and last heart container from the final Divine Beast, and then I saw Urbosa once again.
I knew you wouldn't let us down, Link. We Gerudo have no tolerance for unfinished business. Please accept this gift, which has come to be known as Urbosa's Fury. It will no doubt be of use to you. Both you and the princess, I know you have suffered much regarding what happened to us champions. But this is how things had to happen. No one need carry blame. So please, make it clear so she understands that. And let her know. I couldn't be more proud of her. You take good care of the princess. Oh, and also, take good care of Hyrule. It was written that Calamity Ganon once adopted the form of a Gerudo. And that will make this victory all the more satisfying. I like that. Now I can take this personally. It will be up to Link to keep Ganon occupied until the moment we unleash our strike. That moment is going to be so delicious.
And I had gained Urbosa's Fury. Very good. I could now summon lightning after I used a heavy attack. And after that, I immediately heard the voice of Zelda.
Thanks to you, all of the divine beasts have returned to us, and the spirits of the champions are free. We will all be awaiting your clash with Ganon at Hyrule Castle.
All right. There's only a few more things to do. Can I go in without the outfit now? Of course! Of course I'm not. Okay, great. Oh, goddamn. Alright, sure, I'll put the femboy outfit back on. Goddamn, I thought I could get in now that I saved the whole city. I talked to Riju again, who was very surprised to see I was alive. Gifted me the weapons of Urbosa, the Scimitar of the Seven, and the Daybreaker, a sword and a shield. With that, I said my goodbyes to Riju and made my way out of Gerudo Town. There were just a few more things for me to do here in the Gerudo Desert. There was a huge labyrinth in the map, I had to kill a Molduga, and there was also the statues of the 7 heroines, which I saw on the map. This is gonna be the exploration of the last area of the game before we do DLC and all the extra stuff. I decided to take a quick trip around the desert until I eventually reached the East Gerudo ruins. These 7 statues all had swords on them, and I had these color spheres that I had to place in the respective outlets here. Each statue had sort of a marking, hinting to what sphere I was supposed to use. And after a bit of thinking and moving things around, I eventually made it. And look at that, it unlocked a shrine in the middle, who would have thought? They gave me a flame spear for my troubles, and I made my way out of the shrine. And surprisingly, when I got out, I heard the voice of Zelda again.
Link, I have witnessed your journey. You have overcome every challenge laid before you. Go to the Shrine of Resurrection and return the Sheikah Slate to its terminal.
Alright, we will be doing that then. With that done, I made my way over to a weird encampment that was set up here, the Sandseal Rally. These two people here, Shaban and Tali, had set up this Sandseal racing course. They told me if I wanted the ball here to unlock the shrine, I was supposed to beat their record with the Sandseal. So just did it. It was not even that hard. I don't know what these people are about. I just became champion immediately. They had a whole ceremony and all where they gave me the sphere. I don't even care. I just picked up the thing and placed it in the thing immediately. The shrine was the Rakazunzo shrine, which gave me a radiant shield. These things are pretty useful, actually. Very nice. After traveling in the desert for a bit, I eventually spotted something in the distance. A huge whale just jumped out of the sand and back inside. What the hell was that? For some reason I decided to get close and I found out pretty quickly what it was. It was a Molduga. The woman that told me to kill one told me that the vibrations were a good way to attract the thing. So I started throwing bombs on the ground hoping it would work. And the thing ate it up immediately. There you go, dumbass! I detonated it inside its belly and started attacking it non-stop. This thing was absolutely destroyed by a single combo and by Urbosa's lightning. Absolutely devastated this thing. I expected more from this huge whale, honestly. I stole its guts and I took them for myself to bring back to the woman in Gerudo Town. At this point, the last thing left on my agenda was to find the huge labyrinth on the side of the map. And I saw it immediately from quite far away. I flew my way down there and landed right on top of it. Thing is, once again, this was not any ordinary labyrinth, so just being on top of it didn't really solve much. It's not like you could see the solution, but it was a bit faster than the others. I eventually just dropped in the right spot, used Revali's Gale to go up a couple of times, and found a solution pretty quickly for this one. Thank God, may I say. I found the Dila Mag Shrine in the center of the thing. And so I got my last piece of Barbarian armor, the armor that powers up my attack. I'm gonna be honest, I looked like an absolute maniac. Link is absolutely insane. Link is actually unhinged like this. This effort has been completely wasted. I traveled back to Gerudo Town and found the woman that was looking for the Molduga guts again. I was pretty happy to find those. Very nice. Gave me 300 bucks. Gold rupee for that. Well worth the risk. With my final good deed done in Gerudo Town, I realized there was a third and last sandstorm at the edge of the desert. So of course I decided to travel right towards it. And it's not like there were any statues to guide me or anything this time. I just kept traveling straight forward into the mist. I don't know what is wrong with me. Eventually I came upon this huge skeleton. This thing was absolutely terrifying. Okay, it scared the hell out of me, but yeah, it was the Gerudo Great Skeleton, and I found the Kawakot Shrine in here. And also the final fairy fountain. Look at that. This shrine was called the Current Solution because it uses electricity. I don't even know what to think about this. I just had to use different metal objects to connect circuits here. This was a pretty tame one, especially compared to the one where I used all of my weapons. As soon as I got out, I spoke to the fairy. She wanted 10,000 rupees. What? How am I ever gonna get those? 10,000? What is wrong with this person? I was flabbergasted, I'm not gonna lie. I came all the way through the sandstorm to get asked for 10,000 rupees. I was gonna probably find a way to make that money eventually, but yeah, for now I was absolutely out of funds. No way that could happen. With my final endeavor in the Gerudo Desert completed, I decided to check onto Terry Town. Went back to Akkala and flew my way down there. Looked like Rodson was back and selling some Gerudo armor here. Look at him! Yo! What's up, little guy? Hey, man! I also spoke to Hudson, which was pretty satisfied with my Gerudo find. He told me he needed 30 bundles of wood, so I just gave him to the guy immediately. And he also said he would need somebody to run a general store. He was looking for a Rito that could fly around and look for new materials. Now, here's the thing. I needed a lot of money. Okay, a lot. And I had a lot of Guardian parts. So what I did is I went back to Robbie's lab and checked how many I actually needed to get myself some cool ancient armor, and only kept those. And then I went back to Hateno village and literally sold everything else. I sold all my possessions to this man. I don't know what he's gonna do with all these ancient technological bits and bobs, but at that point, after selling pretty much everything I owned, I had 14,000 rupees. I was absolutely stacked. I did not think I had that much stuff on me. Well, I guess we had the money now. Since I was basically a millionaire at this point, I went and talked to Bolson, who told me about upgrading the house here. And I just made him do every single upgrade possible. I added a lot of stuff inside to hang weapons. I made him plant some trees outside, renovating everything. This stuff looked pretty neat. With my house finally fully decked out, I had a nice table and finally a bed. So I took my first nap in my own bed. Look at that. I woke up pretty reinvigorated, and with all the money I had made from selling all my goods, I went back to the Great Fairy Fountain. Let me tell you though, this was worth it, okay? Another huge woman came out of the water there. I don't know what's going on at this point. She powered up my gear even further. I was strong as hell at this point. As soon as I was going to leave though, I had a sort of a epiphany. I remembered something about a memory near the Karakara Bazaar. I went and checked my camera real quick, and yep, sure enough, it was there. I somehow missed it. I teleported right back there, and after looking around for not even a very long time, I saw this light on the ground. How did I possibly miss this before? What is wrong with me? Well, that was a pretty sweet one. Shame I took so long to find it. At this point, I realized there was literally only one final memory that I was missing from my camera. And it was pretty clear to me where this was. This was on Castle Hyrule somewhere. I had to go right there. I went and got myself Aristotle from a stable and started making my way towards the back of Castle Hyrule. As soon as I got near, the situation was pretty dire. Ganon got pretty angry at me. Yeah, very bad. Anyway, I climbed up onto this hole in the wall and I was in prison. I was in jail. Look at that. Isn't that great? I'm so glad I came here. I did find in one of the cells a Royal Guard's Claymore. This thing was strong as hell. Apparently, they had these very cool black swords. I was gonna keep that for myself. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really have a big idea of where I was supposed to go. I roamed around a little bit and went into this little bay area. There was a torch at the top here, and I lit it with my flame spear. It created the Maz Koshia shrine. Okay, I didn't expect a shrine to be here in the castle. This was a major test of strength. I mean, of course it was. It's in the final area of the game. It makes perfect sense. This thing was hard as hell. It even shot a few lasers. Went really crazy this time. Broke a few of my shields. I did get a flame blade out of it though. Very nice. I explored a little more through the castle prisons until I came upon this huge hunk of bones here. Oh no! Stalnox? That's what we needed now. A skeleton Hinox. Jesus Christ! I don't think we've ever even seen one of these. This thing ripped out one of its ribs to use as a weapon. He pulled out his own rib! Bro is absolutely deranged! I decided I had to get rid of this thing fast, so I just used Urbosa's power and absolutely detonated it. I found some really cool weaponry on the ground, but most importantly, there was a chest with an inscription. Test of the Royal Guard. Strike down the giant foe to become recognized as a Knight of the Kingdom. Inside, I found the Hylian Shield. This thing had a defense of 90. A shield passed down through the Hyrulean royal family. This is absolutely the strongest shield in the game. At this point, I was absolutely just strapped. There it is, dude. The iconic shield. I ended up taking this huge mining shaft up to an area that led me to a tower. I climbed all the way to the top until I eventually got to a spot with the memory here. It was right next to Princess Zelda's study. Inside, I found her own diary, actually. In here, she speaks of how she did research with Pura and Robbie, talking about their laboratories and how they were working with the Guardians. She also talked about a rectangular object, probably the Shiga slate that they found in the old Shiga excavations. In the end of it, she also spoke of a specific shrine used as a medical facility with the power to heal, that also had a long-term stasis function. I guess that's the Shrine of Resurrection where we woke up. Well, that sure as hell explains a lot of things. After that long read, I decided to go outside, where I actually got the memory from Castle Hyrule.
Incredible. We're at a point now where we can actually control them. And should Ganon ever show itself again, we'll be well positioned to defend ourselves.
What are you doing out here, Zelda?
I was assessing the results of the experiment with the Guardians. These pieces of ancient technology could be quite useful against them.
I know that. They are essential to Hyrule's future, and our research demands that we keep a close eye on them. However, As the princess, you currently have a crucial unfulfilled responsibility to your kingdom.
I'll have you know that I just recently returned from the Spring of Courage, where I offered every ounce of my prayers to the goddess.
And now you are here wasting your time. You need to be dedicating every moment you have to your training.
Don't you see? There's nothing more I can do. My hope is that you'll allow me to contribute here in whatever way I can.
No more excuses, Zelda. Stop running away from your duty. As the king, I forbid you to have anything to do with these machines from this moment on, and command you to focus on your training. Do you know how the gossip mongers refer to you? They are out there at this moment, whispering amongst themselves that you are the heir to a throne of nothing but failure. It is woven into your destiny that you prove them wrong. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
As her diary showed us, she was pretty interesting in the Guardians, but my man Roham Bosphoramus Hyrule wasn't very happy about her research, apparently. With that new information, I made my way out of Hyrule Castle, with the plan to be back there in not too long. But I had finally found my last memory, and I had to tell Impa. So I decided to go back to Rito Village and make my way inside. She was very happy to see that, and also felt the fact that I had calmed all the divine beasts, and told me that Zelda had left her with specific instructions to show me one last place, the final picture that Impa had on her wall. And I recognized this pretty quickly. This was the field full of dead guardians near the Dueling Peaks stable. Before leaving though, I had to take a look at Paya's diary. I'm sorry, I just had to. Yeah, the situation was terrible. Paya was down bad. Link just has too much riz, I guess. Yeah, she better not see him with his male Gerudo outfit. She would probably die on the spot. Before leaving for the last memory, I decided to get another stamina vessel from the nearby statue, and then made my way towards the stable. It was a pretty quick journey, and I eventually found the location of the last memory near a lake in the vicinity.
Save yourself. Go. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Run! No! Was that the power? Huh? No, no! Link, get up! You're going to be just fine. Sword. So he can still be saved?
Princess, are you all right?
Take Link to the Shrine of Resurrection. If you don't get him there immediately, we are going to lose him forever. So make haste and go. His life is now in your hands. Link. You have recovered all of your memories of us from 100 years ago. I am here, inside Hyrule Castle. It is now time for you to defeat Ganon.
At this point, having recovered all my memories, I felt ready. I went back to Korok Forest and slowly approached the pedestal holding the Master Sword.
your master will come for you. Until then, you shall rest safely here. Please trust me when I say that I know he will arrive before you yet again.
If I may be so bold, what is it that you are planning to do next, Princess?
The Master Sword. I heard it speak to me. It seems that my role is unfinished. There is still something I must do.
I sense there is great strength in your dedication.
Great Deku Tree, I ask of you, when he returns, can you please relay this message? Tell him I...
Now then, words intended for him would sound much better in the tones of your voice, don't you think?
I don't think they would put that frame there. That's the one from the from the trailer.
What you just saw happened where you stand 100 years ago. She continues to fight, trapped deep within the confines of Hyrule Castle. Her heart cascades with faith that you will return. She has a smile like the sun. I would do much to feel its warmth upon me once again.
I had finally done it. I was finally fully equipped. But Zelda had talked to me about an important deed I had to do, for which I had to go back where everything started, at the Shrine of Resurrection. At the start of day 9, I realized that there wasn't much between me and Ganon. I had to do the thing that Zelda told me about, go back to the Shrine of Resurrection. But I also wanted to know a bit more about my man Cass. You guys remember the Rito guy? Not too long ago, while traveling to the area west of Central Hyrule, I found these weird mushroom rock formations, and on one of them I found Cass's journal. And this thing was interesting, okay? In this diary, he spoke of a few locations where we already found him in, like the Faerun Woods or the Gerudo Tower, but there were a few places that I hadn't seen the guy in, so I guess I'm gonna be using this sort of as a guide. He spoke of an ancient song near Rabia Plain, the northern part of Athena, one near Kalora Lake, beside a giant boulder in the Faerun region, one in Horon Lagoon, one in Kitano Bay, and one in Washa's Bluff. He said he hoped to pass all these songs on to the champion of Hyrule. I guess I'll have to visit all these locations, see what he was talking about. With that in mind, I immediately made my way to one of the locations. I found Cass near a tree, here in the Hateno area, and he sang a song about a beast that wears a crown. I was supposed to mount the beast upon its throne. There was this pedestal here, and it didn't take long for me to figure it out. There was a pretty decent amount of deer in the vicinity, so my objective was to try to ride one. It took quite a while, but I eventually got a hold of one that I managed to tame. I brought it back to the pedestal, and a shrine popped up. Cass seemed pretty satisfied with me, pretty happy about the situation. This was the Meza Low Shrine. I just had to move this box around to jump between places. I'm not sure how this was supposed to be done, but I just kinda hopped with my shield all around the place until I eventually reached the destination here. The second location I found him in is this windy bay here. He sang a song about breaking some rocks that were stopping the wind, and then flying over to the pedestal there, and that wasn't too difficult. I let the wind guide me through the bay and blew everything up with some bomb arrows, which managed to help me fly all the way to the pedestal. Once again, a shrine popped up. This was the Shy Yota shrine. This gave me a great flame blade, very nice. And I immediately moved on to the next destination. This one was on the beach near Hateno. Cass was just standing on a rock in the middle of the ocean. He sang a song about an ancient treasure that was left by the hero that defeated the Calamity 10,000 years ago. This was so easy. I just used Magnesius and I immediately found a box under the water. I pulled it up and it contained 300 rupees. That was the entirety of the money of this champion. 300 bucks. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, sure. Well, yeah, Cass seemed pretty surprised by the incredibly small amount of cash. The next location I visited was the one in the Faerun region, and there was this really weird rock on the horizon. I met Cass nearby. He spoke about calling lightning from the sky to destroy the giant mound. I just got on top of this rock, left a piece of metal equipment on top, which would attract lightning, sort of like a lightning rod, and just let the thing obliterate the rock. And it revealed a shrine hidden inside. Look at that. This one was the Kuka Nata's shrine. It gave me the rubber ties, another very dumb piece of equipment. It looked absolutely ridiculous. I guess it's better to have it than not. Thankfully, Cass wasn't there to see me dressed like a complete dumbass. The last location I visited was Washa Bluff. This one was pretty much exactly where I saw his diary. My man was just standing on top of this hill here. He sang me a song about the time when the moon bleeds and about stripping myself naked and standing on a pedestal. Amazing. I had to wait for a red moon to come and stand on a pedestal here. Well, thankfully, if you guys remember, I knew a man that knew everything about the moon. I decided to go straight to him. I traveled to Dueling Peaks stable and spoke to Hino, and I knew this man would be able to tell me whenever a blood moon was supposed to happen, so I started waiting, and I sat by the fire and slept outside, only to go to him the next day and ask again and again and again. I kept doing this for I lost count of the good days. I'm pretty sure it was a good 40 IRL minutes. Just going back and forth, talking to this guy, hoping for a blood moon to come up. This thing did not come up. It never happened. I traveled back to the bluff just out of desperation. This was way worse than even the labyrinths. I was absolutely losing my mind. It's a full moon tonight and you're saying it's not gonna be a bluff. I'm gonna kill this man. I started harboring some serious resentment towards Hino. Does he control the moon, guys? At one point, for some reason, I started thinking he controls the moon. I just started going insane. I hate this man with all of my heart and soul, bro. His wife must have already left him, considering all he does is just stay at this stable and stare at the moon like a piece of shit. I'm gonna murder what remains of his broken family, bro. This man better make the moon come out right now. I know, at this point, I know he controls it. Is he Gru? He stole the moon and is now controlling the way it works? Or am I Gru? Because I want to know what phase the moon is so I can use it to my advantage. Give me the moon, bro. I will take the moon from your cold, dead hands. You know, you do not understand the rage I feel in this moment. I will destroy everything that he loves. There is no way. We're gonna kidnap his family. No, that's not it. I didn't know what to do anymore. If I see the blood moon happening, I can't teleport in time. I'm losing my mind, by the way, at this point. But I had heard rumors quite some time ago about some teleportation devices. Apparently, there was some more information at the South Akkala stable, so I went there immediately. As soon as I got there, I found a super rumor mill. Thank God Tracy exists. She said something about a teleportation tool that is hidden beneath a labyrinth northeast Akkala? I had already been there. At this point, I was genuinely thinking I had lost it. We've been there. I couldn't really focus well. My vision was getting all blurry. I was seething with rage, okay? I went back to the Lome Labyrinth Island. Absolutely certain I had scoured the entirety of the place when the Guardians all immediately targeted me. My rage was just too much, so I just killed them one by one. On the other side of the room, compared to where I fell down, there was a chest containing a thing called a travel medallion, which allowed me to place a teleport point wherever I wanted on the map. I felt like the dumbest man alive. I immediately teleported back near the Hyrule Ridge, where I was gonna place my teleport point. With tears in my eyes, I went right up to this pedestal and placed a rune on it that would allow me to come right back here whenever I wanted to. Now, all I had to do was wait for a blood moon. At this point, I had solved every one of Cass's songs in every location except for this one, and I just had to wait for it. So I moved on to the next step. The only other thing I could do. Go back to the Shrine of Resurrection and face the trial that Zelda talked about. First of all, I found there was a little Korok guy who had squatted in my bed this entire time, and then I placed the Sheikah slate back in its original pedestal. It It gave me 4 locations here on the Great Plateau, and it summoned this weird weapon. This thing drained all of my health. I was a husk of a man at this point. This monk, Maz Koshia, was giving me a challenge. That weapon defeats foes with 1 hit. However, the reverse is also true. That's bad. That's a problem. I was supposed to head to all the 4 locations marked in the Great Plateau, defeat the enemies, and conquer the shrines. And this thing was called the One-Hit Obliterator. It had infinite damage. Why am I not using this against Ganon? What the hell? You know, I figured clothes weren't really useful at this point, so I just stripped naked. Yeah, going back to my origins. For the second time in the entire game, I walked out of the Shrine of Resurrection. This time with a very specific goal in my mind. I immediately made my way to a bokoblin camp settled on a huge tree. And, you know, I just lightly walked into some spikes and died. Immediately. I didn't even see an enemy. I just touched the spikes and got boofed. Okay, sure, dude. There was a silver bokoblin on top of this thing. Thankfully, I murdered him in 1 single hit. I also took care of everybody else here until I got hit by a single wooden spear. I'm really glad I have this weapon, dude. My 3rd try went a lot better. Absolutely obliterated everybody here, destroyed all of their lives, and just took care of them. And a shrine started emerging from the ground. This one was weird. Had a long ceiling. Okay. Very interesting thing. The Yowaka Ita Shrine. For this one, I had to avoid some balls that were trying to hit me and catch the correct one to put on the pedestal there. That was pretty quick. Gave me a nice old spirit orb and I got the hell out of there. For the second shrine, I had to destroy a Lizalfos camp. I just shot explosive and electric arrows at them until they were all dead. That was a quite straightforward technique. I picked off the last ones and the shrine came up. This one was the Rota Chiga Shrine, and I did not like this one. Okay, I died to this one a few times. It was about going on top of spikes. I had 1 hit. I got on these wheels here and got crushed and died, of course. Yeah, I'm not gonna show all of my deaths. There was quite a few of them. Yeah, eventually there was a successful attempt. I made it past all the crushing wheels and the murder devices, and this was the most stressful experience of my life. And when I got outside, Cass was waiting for me there. What are you doing here, my man? I wasn't expected to see a traveler on this solitary plateau. My guy! I was trapped in a death trap down there! Not to be rude, but you don't look so well. I know! He told me about a ancient song that he was pursuing in the spot. He wanted to sing it for me. The flames crawl, the waters rise. The lightning strikes, the wind sighs. A beast beyond the divine four. Awaits a hero forevermore. And not the sound leave horses riled, breathing the breath of the wild? That's a thing? He's... Really? I had no idea what this Breath of the Wild was, so I don't know what he was talking about, yeah. Bro was rambling. But you know, it's always nice to see him. He's a very nice guy, especially in this dire time where I am completely stripped naked and with 1 HP. For the 3rd challenge, there were just a bunch of scattered enemies here. I just absolutely bombarded them from a safe point with my bow until they were all destroyed. The Ruvo Korba shrine appeared out of the ground. This was a major test of strength. So yeah, I just went up to the guy and one-shot him. Easy as hell thing. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no monk at the end. Instead, there was a button. I pushed it. Wait, what? Yeah, and the bottom of the entire room came out. There was more. I went down there and there were some small guardians. I made my way past them. I mean, not without dying a couple times first. Eventually, I unlocked this door with a small key, and guess what? There was more guardians on the other side, and I died again. Yeah, great. Eventually managed to kill all of them and made my way to the monk. This guy was hiding down here. I wish I could use the one-hit obliterator on him. For the last shrine, I had to get on top of the mountain. What even is up here? It's a rock. I absolutely bombarded from the sky this little encampment that was here. These guys had no idea what came for them. Did I just take full damage? After I absolutely devastated everyone in the vicinity, I made my way to the Etsu Kurima Shrine. Oh no! Oh, hell nah, bro. I did not like this. There were lasers running to the walls. There was fire, spikes. This one was probably a combination of the worst elements of everything else. Very bad stuff. I had to just make my way through this absolute hell. Thankfully, it wasn't too long. And I took these stairs up this tunnel, talked to the last mummified dude. And I had completed the challenge. Thank God. Maz Koshia congratulated me and told me the trials had just begun. Oh, God. Told me that the divine weapon would lead me to the next step. The thing broke apart into 4 fragments. These 4 lights appeared all around the continent, apparently. I was supposed to find these other challenges. They were apparently linked to the champions in some way. Well, I guess this is quite the journey and an appropriate final trial before I go beat Ganon's butt. I decided to take them in the order I had originally done the beast, so I teleported myself to the location of Ruta, until I eventually found the place right above East Reservoir Lake. And look at who was waiting for me there. My man Cass. This little pedestal started speaking to me and told me it would reveal the locations of my trials. There is 3 pedestals with very precisely drawn maps, very interesting. Cass spoke of an unfinished song from his teacher that spoke of these monuments. I asked him to sing it to me, and he detailed pretty much all that I had to do for these 3 trials. 1. Find what the light's path shows. 2. Conquer the ancient foes. 3. Chase rings of the waterfall. Champion, the trial's call. He also told me the Zora King and Prince shared the memory of the champion. Probably it was a good idea to go talk with Sidon and Dorfan. I asked Sidon some details about Mipha, and he told me about a fuzzy memory from his childhood where a swordsman would come visit them. And he figured it out pretty quickly that it was me. I mean, Sidon is just too cool for this world, honestly. I also asked him about the trials that Mipha challenged. Apparently I was supposed to replicate the exact things she did to control her divine beast. He said he sent Muzu and Totika to stand guard at the Ulria Grotto. He wished me luck in challenging the trial, and then I said bye to probably the best man in the universe, honestly, at this point. I spoke to Dorfan, who said he was very grateful about me saving the kingdom, and he couldn't really believe that Mipha was gone, but he was satisfied that his daughter at least apparently performed her duty. It was a pretty important moment. I told the king I would never forget her, and he told me I would always be welcome here. And right near the king here, I found Mipha's diary put on display here. It spoke of how she met Link when they were apparently both children, and this she said Link was even able to best adults with the sword. Said she also healed his wounds multiple times. It was overall a very cute read. Apparently Mipha also wasn't feeling too well about Link being around Zelda all the time. Well, fortunately that didn't turn out very well for anybody. With that done, I decided to head towards the first trial. This was just about passing these circles, swimming up this waterfall here. Pretty fast one. It immediately unlocked the Ma Elia shrine, where I had to make my way up with a couple of pedestals and making some ice columns. Instead of giving me a spirit orb, however, it gave me one of Ruta's emblems. Apparently I had to collect 3 to finish the challenge. While I was at it, I was right near Ploymus Mountain, so I climbed back up, shot an ancient arrow in the face of the Lionel, instantly vaporizing him, and moved on. For the next trial, I encountered Muzu, who told me about a verse that they told in the region. While the morning sun is newly born, follow the path of light to the trial. Well, it wasn't that difficult to figure out. I just slept at a nearby fire here, then just followed the light of the sun. I saw this circle in the water, and upon touching it, the shrine swapped right at the water. I got right into the Kidafunia shrine here, where I had to melt ice. This was pretty much the entire shrine. I just had to melt ice and make my way up this platform. I went and talked to Second, this old man near the location of the 3rd trial, that said there was a lot of flying guardians, creatures that appeared when Mipha challenged the trial as well. This was a disaster. I was absolutely bombarded by these things. Oh god. It took quite a while, but I eventually managed to take them all down. And when I did, the shrine popped up. This was the Satokoda shrine, which was pretty much just pinball again. I used some ice pillars to support the different parts of the course and let the ball fall into its alcove there. And with that, I got the last of Ruta's emblems. The monk here told me I was supposed to go to the divine beast Ruta now to challenge whatever was waiting for me there. Thing is, as soon as I got out of the shrine, I immediately spotted a red moon out of the corner of my eye. So my immediate first instinct was to strip naked and teleport all the way to the shrine. Please! Please, God! And a shrine immediately popped up. Yes! Yes! The Mija Rocky Shrine, this damn thing. It was a major test of strength as well. I also had to kill a guy in here. But thankfully, I had accumulated all this rage within my body just to manage to get the shrine done. With that crap out of the way, I traveled back to Ruta. I heard a voice speaking to me. I was gonna be granted a chance to tread through the realm of memories. Do not take this place lightly, nor dismiss it as merely a word within your mind. I quickly found myself wearing the Zora armor, and once again within Ruta, facing the same final trial that Mipha failed to pass. I had to defeat Water Blight Ganon with very limited equipment, okay? I was not properly equipped for this. I have 10 arrows, that is terrible. Dude, I cannot waste any arrows. He needs to be completely still. Okay, got him. What the hell am I supposed to do? After a while, I just sort of ran out of things I could do and started throwing bombs at the damn thing. I don't know what else to do. Thankfully, with some patience and a lot of determination, I took this damn beast down. Yes! Got him. Even though it was much harder than the first time around, let me tell you. I was like running out of resources. That was the main problem. Not even the boss. I was just did not have anything on hand. After passing even Mipha's final trial, Cass was nearby. Oh, look at my man. Oh? And he told me he had a song about the champion Mipha that he wanted to sing to me.
So, Princess, may I ask who the other chosen champions are?
Goron Vigilance, Daruk. Rito Confidence, Revali. Gerudo Spirit, Urbosa. And also, the Hylian with the sword that seals the darkness. Link.
Oh.
Yo! It's small Sidon! Look at him!
Sidon! Hurry and swim up here!
Mipha. Perhaps he is still too young to swim up this big waterfall.
One day, Princess, I must leave him to face my fate with Ruta.
Dude, that was sick.
Join me. We'll go together so you can get a feel for it. Let's go. Sweet Sidon, should fate ever part us, I'm counting on you to protect our beloved home from harm. Understood? I believe in you. Now, shall we try one more time?
Oh, that was quite a nice thing. Mipha spoke to me once again.
You're so strong. So much stronger than before. As powerful as you are, I am certain you can save Hyrule, as well as the princess who awaits you.
and gifted me with Mipha's Grace Plus. This thing was stronger than before. It took even less time for me to be revived by her. I decided to listen to Cass's song here just for a little more before moving on to day 10, when I was gonna finally finish the Champions Trials. On day 10, since I was in Zora's domain, I remembered about this guy that I talked to quite some time ago, Medoh. And my man's still looking for that luminous stone, so I just decided to give it to him. 10 pieces, as requested. Give me 2 diamonds in exchange. My guy felt pretty generous, I guess. After all this time of waiting. It's been months, my guy. I sold a bit of my stuff to the local merchant, so I could have some money to go to the Akkala Ancient Tech Lab, where I immediately teleported. And here I could finally get my hands on the ancient gear. This thing looked pretty sick. I mean, the helm does look kinda silly, but the rest of it is absolutely incredible. I got absolutely scammed out of my money by this robot here from Robbie, but I'm glad I did, kinda. This thing looked actually pretty nice. I also remembered I never really completed that quest about the Leviathans, and I had kind of already found 2 of them, so I made my way towards Goron City, upgraded my stamina at the local statue of the goddess, and then from there I made my way towards the nearby canyon, where I found the huge skeleton lying there. Took a picture of it and saved it to my album. After that, I made my way back to Goron City, where I was supposed to keep going with the trial. This time it was time to go for Daruk's trials, the ones for Rudania here. I made my way to the location of this weird contraption here and met my man Cass again. Once again, he sang me a little song about the champion Daruk and his 3 trials that he had to face. I now had an idea of what I was supposed to do. I marked down the locations of the 3 places on my map and started going on my way. I decided to go talk to Bluto to ask him for some more information. He told me about a place called Gortram Cliff, southwest of a Gorko tunnel, which apparently was made by Daruk with his own weapon to excavate rocks to eat, of course. I then asked him where Yunobo was, and he told me he was just on top of the entrance gate, and that he looked a little more confident in himself. Very nice to know. I decided to pay Yunobo a visit right away, and asked him as well about Daruk to know more info about the trials that I was about to face. He told me that he found Daruk's training journal. Very interesting stuff. He must have been a big eater. He sure talks about delicious rocks a bunch. I don't have much of an appetite myself, so I'm pretty scrawny. He's scrawny? This guy is scrawny. I went right to Yunobo's place and I found this actual hunk of rock. I guess this is supposed to be a journal. My god, Daruk. He liked to live a simple life. Apparently he was very fond of rock toast. My man eats rocks. He also noted down the event in which he encountered Link out looking for lunch rocks at the peak. Link will cook up and eat just about anything. I offered him some grade A rock toast to help refine his palate. I asked him how it tasted. He liked it so much he was speechless. Bro, it probably broke all of his teeth. I knew Hylians could eat rocks too. Apparently they had a very nice friendship. Daruk also noted down of Link repelling a blast from one of the Guardians with a pot lid. And oh my god, was I proud to read that. We did that! Dude! The sacred pot lid! What? Well, from the looks of it, Daruk was a pretty good friend. I put the sadness aside and I decided to embark on the quest for the 3 trials. For the first one, I just had to fly my way through these circles in the air and the shrine popped right up. This was the Sharu Loon Shrine. I had to grapple myself to these boxes, trying to avoid a fire that was trying to hit me at every step. I got Rudania's emblem for it. The second challenge was attended by the Gut Check boys. They were here again. They said for it you had to stand in the lava. These people are actually insane. They were all talk and no action though. They were just standing there and doing absolutely nothing. I decided to go straight for it. I placed a metal box right in the middle of the lake of lava and you know, I just stood right on top of it. And the shrine activated. For the shrine, I just had to use various objects to protect myself from flames and turn this bridge around with motion controls to stop the fire. The third trial was quite something. I went down to the mountains here and as soon as I looked down, I could see the problem. There was a gigantic Talus in the lava. This was an Igneo Talus Titan, and he was just standing in the middle of the lake of lava as well. I just stood on top of the thing while taking damage and absolutely obliterated it with some hits from my big hammer and Urbosa's fury as well. The thing eventually went down. This was the biggest Talus I've seen so far, and it unlocked the Kamiya Omuna shrine for me. For this one, I had to place bombs in these cannons and shoot them at the right time to hit the targets. This was a pretty fun one, very nice. And just like that, I got my 3rd Rudania's emblem. And I went ahead and made my way to Rudania, where I once again was transported to this sort of vision, where I had to fight Fireblight Ganon, only using Daruk's weapons. This is bad, bro. Thankfully, my bombs just carried me a long way here. Oh my god, okay, that's the 3rd charge gone. Dude, I think one hit might be enough to murder me. Yes! Perfect dodge. Let's go. I think this is it. And one final strike. Got him. Cass was waiting for me just outside once again, and he sang me a little song about Daruk. Recall Rudania's champion of flame. Before his fated moment finally came. This is the tale of great Daruk's task, and the princess who came to ask.
Count me in, tiny princess. I'm the fearless Daruk, after all. And if Hyrule needs my help, I'll gladly lay down my life.
Thank you, Daruk.
Huh? What the? They really are all over the place these days. Is someone being attacked? Cowards! Wait here, princess.
Bro, that would go crazy. Oh my god. Jesus Christ! What the hell, man? That man flew, bro.
Spineless little cuckoos! No monster stands a chance when fighting me, the almighty Daruk.
Oh! You're safe. It seems our friend here was the one being attacked. Precious boy, you saved his life. Huh? Well.
Good riddance, and stay safe. I'm sorry you had to see that side of me. As a kid, dogs always chased me. I still panic when I see one of those critters.
I never imagined the great Daruk would have a weakness.
So tell me, princess.
Yes?
Calamity Ganon isn't, some kind of a dog monster, is he?
My man was scared of a dog. Usual goofy guy, man.
I knew you could do it, little guy.
Once again, Daruk spoke to me and gifted me Daruk's protection plus. I could use this power much more now. I was getting closer and closer to be in my perfect state. But there were 2 more of the Champions Trials to take, and there wasn't any time to waste. I immediately went ahead and teleported myself to Rito Village. And while I was here, I met this guy, Faison. Yeah, right, I kind of forgot about this, but my man Hudson wanted a Rito. This guy said his mother owned a store, but he wanted to open one himself, and he didn't know where. I immediately told him about Tarrytown, and he seemed pretty thrilled to go there. Man headed straight for Tarrytown, didn't wait a single second. Okay. Why is he walking? He's a bird! Since I was in the Hebra area, I decided to go up on the mountains to look for this third Leviathan that apparently is supposed to be in an icy area. I eventually found myself in front of these 2 huge doors. I decided to push down a huge snowball to it and break them open. I created a little path for myself with a little bridge of ice and then pushed the biggest ball I could find down the hill. The snowball got bigger and bigger and actually destroyed the walls. I mean, I wasn't really expecting them to open like that, but hey, that works. In this huge cave, there was another huge Leviathan skeleton. So I took a picture of it and went ahead and unlocked the To Cuomo Shrine, which gave me a Royal Claymore. These things are really good. I'm glad I found this. But now it was time to face Revali's trials. So I made my way to the usual structure and talked to Cass once again. He detailed my 3 trials and I was on my way. I spoke to Teba in the village and he told me he was gonna go to Revali's flight range to train with Tulin, his son. And they immediately picked up and flew right there. Alright, I guess I'll see them there. there then, I decided to ask the village elder for more info, and he told me that the diary of Master Revali was here in town and I could read out of it. He also told me a problem with a blazing dragon in Tanagar Canyon. Apparently there's been an issue with it, and Canelli here, the elder, sent a guard, Musley, to go deal with the situation. Guess I'll have to check that one out. I found the diary of Revali in one of the houses here in Rito Village, and hey, my man is just as you would think. Very egotistical man. Very self-important. Feels like my man Revali didn't really feel that well about this whole operation against Ganon since the start, and kinda spotted the problem there. I guess he was right in the end, huh? I decided to make my way to the flight range, and I noticed that the targets had those Sheikah lights on them. Okay, I see that this is one of the trials then. I decided to do 2 runs of the thing. The first one, because Tulin, the child, was really excited to see me shoot with a bow, and I guess I showed him who's boss here. I absolutely devastated this thing. The kid gave me 50 bucks. I don't know where he got this. Probably his monthly allowance went all the way into this. And then the second time around was to unlock the shrine. I hit the targets and the shrine popped up. This was the Noe Raji shrine. For this one, I just had to fly as high up as I could. I turned on a few buttons that activated some more fans that brought me further and further up until I got up to the top, where the monk was. For the second trial, I went and checked onto the canyon where the guard was supposed to be stationed for the dragon problem. I met the guy, Musley here. I just waited for the dragon to show up, and eventually I saw him coming down towards me. I flew down to him and shot one of the horns. And somehow that was one of the trials. The shrine unlocked and I made my way into the Shira Gomar shrine. I had to freeze this fan in place here so this door would stay open, fly my way through these obstacles until I got to the end. For the last trial, I went right back to the top of Hebra Mountain. There, I found these circles and I shield surfed all the way through them until I got to this huge valley at the bottom where the Kia Toza shrine popped up. That was actually pretty fun, not gonna lie. This one is called Master the Orb. Bro, I've been collecting these orbs, okay? I am a master of the orb at this point. For this one, I had to move the place around to make it so that this orb would reach the button. And that was the last of Medoh's emblems. Once again, I repeated my previous steps and I teleported all the way to Medoh, and I got granted the vision of how Revali faced Windblight Ganon. This time I wasn't that limited in my arsenal. I had quite a bit of bows and arrows, which was pretty much all I needed to fight this guy. I could absolutely spam shots right in his eye. I brought him down to the ground several times until I eventually beat him to a pulp. With all of Revali's trials completed, Cass was waiting for me again. I don't know how this guy keeps being everywhere. He must know something I don't. He started singing a song about Revali this time. Jump 3,000 meters into the sky and fall.
You know, Your Highness, it's rude to eavesdrop.
My apologies. I went to the village and I was told I could find you here.
You have need of me to defeat Calamity Ganon. To slay the beast once and for all. It will be my great pleasure.
Thank you, Revali. If we work together, I'm certain we'll be able to defeat—
However,
Damn! Jesus Christ!
I know I play the biggest part in helping that... that little knight with the darkness-sealing sword, correct? Well, if he loses his confidence after seeing me in action, don't come crying to me. I truly never imagined you would do so well. Revali's gale should be more efficient than ever.
I could finally fly even more than before. I was finally ready to go on to the final trial and the final bit of preparation. Just to take a little break in the middle, I made my way all the way to Tarrey Town once again, just to check on the progress, and this place was looking pretty amazing, actually. Faison here had set up an arrow shop in town, and it looked like it was quite flourishing. Hudson here asked me for 50 bundles of wood. Yeah, this was quite the request. I just made as many as I could quickly, and eventually went back to him with all the wood that I gathered. He then told me he needed to talk about something a little personal here, and my man Hudson got engaged. I was so proud. I asked to who he was engaged, and he said to Rodson. My man really hit the big goal there. Bro got engaged to a Gerudo, tall, ripped woman. He wanted to have a little ceremony to celebrate, but he needed some kind of priest. He said he'd suggest a Zora person, and his name, of course, was to be subjected to the Bolson construction policy, so it had to end in son. Alright, sure. I headed straight to Zora's domain, where I met a Zora named Capson. This guy apparently was a priest some time ago, and specifically told me that if I met an engaged couple during my travels, he would like to be introduced to them. I don't know how this keeps happening. Hudson must be the luckiest man alive. I told him about Tarrey Town in Akkala, and I don't know how the old man just started walking there. This was gonna probably take a while, so I went and did the other stuff in the meantime. But there wasn't much more to do for me before the end of the game, so I decided to take care of all the unfinished business. And hopefully we'd be able to celebrate this beautiful ceremony before I went ahead and saved the kingdom. First of all, I remembered about the Lord of the Mountain, back on Satori Mountain. I had to get to that place, and I wanted to actually manage to mount on top of the Lord of the Mountain. To follow this objective, I went back to Kakariko Village, where I could finally afford to buy the entirety of the stealth set. I finally had that kind of money. With that out of the way, I decided to teleport straight to the Gerudo Desert, where the third and last Leviathan was. I took a picture of the thing for the 3 researchers, and also asked the fairy for one final upgrade to the max level of my main armor. And yeah, my memory is blurry about what happened there, okay? Let's just say this, okay? It's better for everybody, trust me. After that absolutely life-changing experience, I went back to Gerudo Town, where I met my man Bozai. Yeah, you remember him? The guy who was down bad for Link. I'm gonna be honest, I was looking for those snow boots. I need those things. I guess it's just collector's anxiety, I don't know what it is. Or maybe I just like to see this man absolutely on his last breath every single time, and desperate. He told me if I could find the sword of the 8th heroine, he would give them to me. It didn't seem like he believed what he was saying, but I took that very personal, and immediately went up to the Gerudo Highlands. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it didn't even take me that long. I just traveled around on the highlands a bit until I reached the Gerudo summit. Found this giant sword. Yeah, apparently this is an archaeological relic. It took me a couple of minutes to find it. I brought the picture right back to the Bozai, who, had to give me the boots. At this point, my man managed to get all of his courage together and ask me out for a date, to which I immediately denied, leaving him with absolutely no hopes in his life. Sorry, Bozai, that's how it goes, my man. You got absolutely scammed and swindled as well. At this point, I made my way to the final location on the map where I was supposed to start the trials of Lady Urbosa. Cass was there to wait for me as usual. He sang one last song about the trials, and I marked the locations on my map. From there, I headed straight for the desert by flying down, and I got immediately greeted by Moldu King, Divine Beast Tamer's Trial. What do you mean Moldu King, my man? This was the biggest Moldu guy I'd ever seen, and to be fair, I'd only seen another one, but this thing one-shotted me, okay? Thank God Mipha saved my butt. I took a long time to kill this and almost wasted all of my arsenal. Oh, holy sh! After quite a lengthy fight, I eventually made it, and a shrine popped right out of the sand. I made my way to the Kaivetala shrine. This one was called Big or Small. I don't know what this is referring to, but I had to simply use these boxes to connect the circuit here, and I got my first Naboris' emblem. For the second trial, I had to steal one of those sand seals and made my way through those light circles once again. Very neat little race, which led me to the Takama Shiri Shrine. This one had these metal bridges, which also doubled as electrical current conductors. I really didn't want them to be both things at the same time for, you know, deadly reasons. Before embarking on the last trial, I went ahead and spoke with Riju here. Buliara, her guard, told me that a sacred orb was stolen, apparently, by the Yiga clan. I don't know how these guys keep getting their orb stolen by the Yiga clan. What is this? What is this trend? I made my way back to the Gerudo Tower, so I could head straight for the Yiga hideout. This time I just dropped straight from the ceiling in the place where I found a Thunder Helm with a huge hole. There were two people in here looking to enter the hideout and get the orb for themselves, but apparently it was full of Yiga clan members. I decided to equip my new stealth set and made my way through. I absolutely obliterated all these guys. They didn't even see me coming. I very quickly found the orb, right in the place where they usually hid their bananas. My god, these guys. For the trial, I decided to throw the orb straight into the huge hole in the middle, and a shrine popped up. Very nice. This was the Kihiro Mo Shrine. Pretty sure the last shrine I will ever have to deal with. Probably also the coolest. There was this huge box with a bunch of balls inside. I had to move it around with my controller and count how many balls were in. I could also open the box at one point and all the balls came spilling out. This was the ultimate ball shrine. The two adventurers here didn't seem really happy that I threw their great treasure in the hole, but hey. They were lost, I guess. With all that done, I teleported myself to Divine Beast Naboris for my final trial. And I got to face the scariest of them all, Thunderblight Ganon. This thing was an absolute menace, even without the restriction on my equipment. I'm gonna try my best. Come on, I need a better visual. 2 charges wasted, not great. We're out of charges. This is bad, right? The main issue is I do not see him right now. He's up there. Yes! Got him! I thought I was gonna die to this guy, but I was just too good at the game, I guess. Got him! Let's go! Sucks for him. One last time, Cass was there to wait for me. He sang me the last song about the champions, the one about Urbosa. And I got to see one last vision.
Princess of Hyrule, I accept your proposition without hesitation. You have my word. I won't rest until the calamity falls.
Gerudo Chief Urbosa. On behalf of Hyrule and its king, I thank you. I've never seen you so serious, Urbosa.
Oh my. I can't say the same. 10 years ago, you rarely smiled, my little bird.
Urbosa, I feel like you've called me Little Bird before. I was wondering where you got that name from. Huh?
Halt and face me. Unlike you traitors, I prefer to fight my enemies head-on. Do your worst!
Damn, the parry, dude! My god!
Out of respect for our princess, you may keep your lives. Now go! You asked me why I call you Little Bird.
Huh?
When you were but a small child, my dear friend called you that with the sweetest smile that ever graced our land of Hyrule.
You mean Mother?
It was 10 long years ago. Your mother had just left this world, yet her little bird still spread her wings and became the beacon of light Hyrule needed. Sometimes I forget myself and get lost in the past.
Damn, she was so cool.
You are the pride of Hyrule, hero. Take care of our princess. I'm leaving that honor in your capable hands.
For completing the trial, I got to hear Urbosa one last time, and I got Urbosa's Fury Plus. This was a huge boost to my damage. Unexpectedly, I got contacted by Maz Koshia once again. He told me the door was open for one final trial, the Shrine of Resurrection, that I was supposed to go and face my destiny. At this point I knew this was truly the final occasion I had to complete everything I had left behind. I decided to go straight to the tower that overlooked Satori Mountain and waited there for quite a bit until it happened. I very quickly made my way right to Satori Mountain. Oh my god, he's right there. I'm gonna fly over him and land on his back. Yes! Let's go! Please work! Please work, bro! Come on, buddy. Calm down. You can do it. Yes! We made it! I had finally conquered the sacred creature. I was so proud of myself. It feels so otherworldly as well. I'm not gonna ride around on it. I will leave it at the mountain. Feeling absolutely blessed by this interaction, I went right out of there and back to the Seren stable, where the true Leviathan researchers were. Gave them all 3 pictures and they were pretty satisfied to see that they were all right at the same time somehow. Sure, I guess Hyrule went through a drought, an eruption, and a ice age. I don't even know what to say about this. They paid me $300 for this. I don't know, I feel like this was worth a little more, but you know, I guess the fun of research, sure. That done, I made my way right back to Tarrey Town, where I was supposed to attend a very important ceremony. And look at that, the town was finally complete. This thing was in great shape. All the houses were built, it was looking absolutely phenomenal. I went ahead and talked to Bolson, and he thanked me for bringing the Zora in. It was time to hold the ceremony finally, and he told me he needed a guest to invite. Told me to go invite Bolson and Carlson, and my boys were ready. As with everybody that's somehow related to Tarrey Town, as soon as you tell them something, they literally stand up and start walking. I don't know how this happens. Hudson was ready to start the celebrations, and I got to assist to a beautiful marriage. Yo, dude, look at that. They were both absolutely dripped out. We are gathered here today to join Hudson and Rodson in matrimony. Oh my god, bro is dripping. Look at this drip! Hudson, before the eyes of these witnesses and before those of Goddess Hylia. Look at the drip, dude! Do you take Ronson to be your wife, to have and to hold, in good times and in bad? And Ronson, before the eyes of these witnesses and before those of Goddess Hylia. Do you take Hudson as your lawfully wedded husband, in sickness and in health? And do you also vow to name your children in accordance with the Bolson construction naming guidelines? What the hell? What do you mean? Wait a moment. Those vows are not traditional by anyone's standards. What makes you say that? They're as traditional as it gets. A vow of undying tradition. And a vow of guidelines compliance. What is this? I'll take that vow. Think of future generations. They are insane. Well, those are the guidelines. I do. Had they not discussed this previously? And so, dearly beloved, please help me in greeting this newly married couple. I wish this new couple nothing but the utmost happiness as they set out on this journey of marital bliss. After all the disaster that Hyrule had went through, it was nice to see something be built from the ground up. Hudson was very happy about how it went, and very happy about Tarrey Town as well. He gave me 3 diamonds for all of my efforts. I took them, but the smile on my man's face was worth the effort. Hudson is the coolest man on the planet. He has so much riz, it's immaculate. With these final words to my man Hudson, I left Tarrey Town for the last time and headed to Rito Village. I wanted to meet Cass before going on the last leg of my journey. Turns out some Rito children were lost nearby. One of them was standing on the literal other side of the ravine and wanted to do their usual singing rehearsal, but the other ones completely ghosted her. God, I feel like I gotta go find them now. This little green goblin of a child, Genli, wanted to eat a very specific dish, salmon monier, before going to the rehearsal. I found all the other children around time. They all gave me a different ingredient for the recipe, and eventually I managed to get back to the green goblin. I cooked this damn salmon monier for him and then sent him right back to the rehearsal. And yeah, I very quickly found out why Cass wasn't there. They were all his children. This guy had 5 kids, each one of a different color. Bro did his work, okay? Bro gave it his all. 5 kids, Cass. Jesus Christ, man. He told me he needed to tell me something, but I needed to come back at night because it was the only time his kids would leave him alone. He told me his teacher was a member of the Sheikah tribe, a court poet of the Hyrule royal family. Apparently, he fell in love with Princess Zelda, and he was pretty jealous of Link for his vicinity to the princess. But when the Calamity struck, he knew that Link was the hero that would bring the peace back, and he wrote a song for him. After all this time, Cass sang me one of the final songs of his master. An ancient hero, a Calamity, appears, now resurrected after 10,000 years. Her appointed knight gives his life, shields her figure, and pays the price. The princess's love for her fallen knight awakens her power, and within the castle, the Calamity is forced to cower. But the knight survives. In the Shrine of Resurrection he sleeps, until from his healing dream he leaps. For fierce and deadly trails await, to regain his strength, fulfill his fate. To become a hero once again, to wrest the princess from evil's den. The hero, the princess, hand in hand, must bring the light back to this land. Cass seemed very happy to finally be able to pass on this song from his master to me. My man knew Link was the knight all along. The time to face the Calamity was near, but I decided to spend a little more time with Cass here before going. On day 11, I knew this beautiful adventure had to come to an end. To prepare myself, I went back to the outskirt table near the Great Plateau and freed my man Aristotle from the absolute prison of an armor that I had him wear this whole time. I gave him some apples, did the same to Plato, fed him a little bit, and then called back my first guy, Socrates. Let me give him his original saddle and bridle, and he was pretty much ready for battle, okay? I took him for a ride until I got to the Great Plateau, and I teleported myself back to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here I was greeted by a voice once again, telling me that I had to master a divine beast, and that this one was my final trial. I went ahead, walked past the one-hit obliterator, and put the Sheikah slate back in its original resting place. A voice told me I was descending. Please beware of tremors! Yeah, apparently the whole thing was an elevator. I started going down way deep into the earth, until I saw what I finally realized was my divine beast. Alright, as usual with these things, I got my information from the guidance stone here, and I got a map of the place. This thing looked like an engine of some sort. Okay, so I can change the rotation of the central gear there, I think. Lots of spinning gears, lots of things in motion here. I rode one of them up onto this cylindrical chamber that was themed around fire, apparently. Made my way past some very nasty spikes by apparently turning the rotation of the mechanism in the middle to make everything just go in the other direction. I managed to make this ball go into its designed location, and one of the terminals popped up. I went ahead and moved on to the next chamber here. I was supposed to use these things and fit them in the right slots so they would help rotate the entire building. I managed to eventually do that, and as soon as I fit both pieces in, the entire room started rotating onto itself in conjunction with the engine, and I managed to get my second terminal. The third room was the wind room. For this one I had to connect the external mechanism of the engine to the room itself, so the fan inside would start spinning, and as soon as that happened I managed to use the pull of the wind to reach the third terminal. Alright. One last lock missing. The fourth and last chamber was, of course, the water one. This basically just had a giant tap that I was supposed to turn off. This was actually pretty cool. Very mechanical solution here. Okay, now what? Was the terminal underwater here? Oh, there's a button. How many secrets are in this? Okay, there's a ball hidden under it. If I push it there. Dude, this dungeon is sick! I got into the fourth terminal, and the final door was free of its locks. All terminal locks have been deactivated. You can now access the deepest area. To finally unseal the gate to the final location, I connected the central mechanism of the engine to the door itself, which started rotating some gears and opened up a passageway to a monk just standing in the middle of the entire beast. But this one was special, and he started moving. I offer this final trial. Dude! At this point, I got teleported high into the air on this huge circle of platform. Oh my god, the soundtrack! Yo! Dude, the monk getting up is so sick. Oh god, let us begin. Oh my god, dude. This guy was Maz Koshia, and he started fighting me. Maz Koshia. All right, dude. Okay, dude, he's got an ancient sword. The old man here. This is a difficult fight. Mummified rests of a human started fighting with the fury of a god. I cannot hit him. He's so fast. Gee, oh my god, how did they do that? How the hell did they do that? Why didn't they have these guys fight Ganon? Jesus Christ, Maz Koshia is an actual beast. At this point, he started multiplying himself. He started using multiplication jutsus. This is actually insane. Jesus Christ! Woohoo! Yo! This is the moment. This is the moment for the thing. Go, Urbosa! There it is! What the hell is happening right now? What the... Bro, buddy. What's he gonna do? Jesus Christ! God damn it, they do independent things! It's too much! Bro. No, you gotta chill out. After some effort and straining, I managed to get him down to half health, and he became gigantic. How is this a thing? He even started shooting lasers like the Guardians.
way!
What is this? I, of course, reflected him back to him because I was absolute beast at this point, and managed to take this giant guy down. Yo! Got him! Oh my god! Oh Jesus Christ, bro! He's woken now. He's woken. Bro is woken. With one last laser refraction, Maz Koshia will take him down. Yes! Let's go! Woo! He congratulated me on facing the challenge with great courage. As a true hero, I was destined to take hold of an ancient masterpiece that he had prepared for me. My own divine beast. And I kid you not, a motorcycle, a freaking bike, just came out of the ground. This thing got distilled into my Sheikah slate as a drop of technology. I don't know what's happening here. The Master Cycle Zero, this was called. This was the tool that I was supposed to use against Ganon. Without being able to ask any more questions, Maz Koshia just teleported me away. After that insane revelation, I walked back out to the Great Plateau, and Cass was there waiting for me. How is this guy always in the right place? He was once again very happy to see me, and he said that he happened to have the perfect song for the occasion. His teacher's final unfinished song that he finally had managed to complete. This was the Champion's Ballad. Right there, looking at the castle and listening to the song, the final bits of lingering memory came right up to the surface.
Welcome, warriors. I'd like to thank you for joining me here today, and for your bravery in accepting this fateful task. I officially appoint you Hyrule's champions, and bestow upon you this sacred garb. That blue is a symbol of the royal family, one that has been passed down for countless generations. Those garments you now wear were all crafted by my daughter, Zelda. Zelda, I trust you with the task only a daughter of the royal family can fulfill. Lead our champions, princess, and together, protect our kingdom from the threat of Calamity Ganon.
I tell you, those formal shindigs really take it out of me.
This is the Sheikah slate, eh?
It is. Apparently, there are more uses for it than we originally thought. Sadly, we've yet to decipher all of its secrets.
The princess showed me something strange recently. Somehow it can create true-to-life images.
Wow. I would love to see it. Princess? May I ask a special favor of you?
All right, this spot should work nicely. Keep your eyes on the Sheikah slate, everyone. Daruk, can you crouch down a bit? You're as big as Death Mountain.
Huh? Oh.
What's with the glum face, princess? Give me a big smile.
Huh?
Revali, move your tail closer to the group.
Fine.
Mipha, you look so tense. Deep breaths, okay?
Right.
Stay just like that. Here we go. Smile. Click, snap.
After the ceremony, they would all forever be known as champions. My teacher always advised me to write songs that transport the listener to the moment in time you're singing of. Now, I finally feel I understand what he meant and the true power of music. By the way, I found this when I was looking through my teacher's notes. I was thinking you should be the one to keep it. Your courageous heart reminds me of the indomitable spirit of the champions. I know you'll treasure it. I had the pictures of the champions with me. That gave me exactly the right motivation to finally go face Ganon. One last time, I said bye to my friend Cass and went right for it. Alright, let's go! Let's go defeat Ganon, boys! I still cannot fathom this in my mind and think of this as real. I biked my way through the Hyrule fields, headed straight for Hyrule Castle, made my way to the front gates of the Castle Town ruins, and then cycled further in until I was in the central square. Alright, Felonius, I need you for this. Alright, buddy? What's up, Felonius? My man! Ignore the Guardian. I swear to God, Felonius. Felonius, no! Felonius! No! I will destroy everything that you love, Guardian. Don't you fucking dare kill Felonius. You are done for, you understand? Felonius got hit by a laser, but he survived. He's too strong. He's too strong to die like this. I'm glad my man Felonius had his moment of glory. I fed him the absolute best cut of meat I had, and I had to leave him behind. I could not risk him getting hurt inside Castle Hyrule. You've been a good boy. You helped me kill a Guardian. You did a great job. Stretch, take your time. I'm gonna go in, alright? Catch you later, my boy. Alright, Ganon, face me. Yeah, we got Va Vespa. I immediately got targeted by a standing Guardian turret. This thing was absolutely feral. What is happening? Oh my god, dude. Come on. Shit. I walked inside this first gatehouse here. I got greeted by a blue Lionel, which I quite promptly defeated. At this point, I was an absolute master at killing these beasts. I got past a few more Guardian turrets and got into Zelda's room, where I found Zelda's diary. Apparently, there was another one. Here, Zelda spoke of her worries about Calamity Ganon, about Link being her knight, and about her own failures as a priestess. Zelda also spoke of a dream, of a lone woman haloed by blinding light. The last few pages were about her going to the Spring of Wisdom. Her and her father Roham hadn't managed to settle things between them, and I don't feel like they managed to see each other ever again after that. Well, I kept making my way through this place, and walking along the outer edge, I eventually found the entrance to a cave. This brought me down into the library. I found a couple of secrets hidden in the libraries here. One of them housed the passage to the shrine we had previously uncovered here on the castle. Very nice. Cool shortcut. Another one connected directly to what I think was one of the towers where the Guardians came out of. The last one connected to a secret room, King's Study. And here I found the writings of Roham, Bosphoramus, Hyrule. He spoke of how happy he was when his daughter Zelda was born, how terrible it was to deal with the queen's death. Apparently in the later years he felt bad for Zelda that she had to take the roles of a priestess to save the kingdom. He wrote that that was his duty as a king. The journal wasn't long. The last few pages say that Zelda was going to the Spring of Wisdom right before the calamity happened. I guess it wasn't long after writing those words that he was dead. For me, however, this was just more motivation to get this over with. I progressed even further into the castle, found a royal guard sword behind a hidden wall. Apparently this was made with Sheikah technology to try to replicate the Master Sword. And then I made my way towards the second gatehouse, guarded by 2 of these turret guardians. And guess what? I parried every single shot they threw at me. 6 shots in a row and destroyed both of them. Whoa! Dude! What was that? In the gatehouse, I got immediately attacked by one of those white-maned lions. Thankfully, Mipha saved my butt because this was a difficult fight, okay? This is a disaster of a room, too much stuff. There's too much happening! But I managed to get through it. Okay, that's sick. Got him. In front of me was the final ramp towards Castle Hyrule. I summoned my faithful ride again and rode all the way to the Sanctum, where the final fight was just about to take place. Oh god.
Link. I'm sorry. But my power isn't strong enough. I can't hold it.
That is foul, dude. That looks horrifying. It's just a mix of technology and malice.
Now my moment has finally come. Brace yourself, Ganon, for the sting of my revenge!
This will be our final opportunity. We will not fail.
Let's go, little guy. Now, open up wide, Ganon!
100 years in the making. Hold on, princess. Our moment has arrived.
With the help of my friends, the champions, I was finally facing Calamity Ganon. I used everything I had in my arsenal to take him down. Oh god! Oh god! This guy deals a lot of damage. I need to know his attack patterns. Oh god! Oh my god! Okay, the rook protection saved us there. Okay, flurry rush, let's go. That's a third time. Oh my god, I'm out of them. No! Got hit by the fire. God damn it! That's fine. He's down? What's happening? When he was close to dying, he even started getting some vulnerability shield. Oh no! Is he invulnerable? Can I deflect this? I can! Oh, that breaks the invulnerability! Oh my god! Sick. Okay, one last time. Dude! Dude! Yes! Whoo! Oh my god! Socrates!
Ganon. Ganon was born out of a dark past. He is a pure embodiment of the ancient evil that is reborn time and time again. He has given up on reincarnation and assumed his pure, enraged form. If set free upon our world, the destruction will be unlike anything ever seen before. I entrust you with the bow of light, a powerful weapon in the face of evil. Link, you may not yet be at a point where you have fully recovered your power, or all of your memories. But courage need not be remembered, for it is never forgotten.
Let's go, dude. Get the bow. Bow of Light, 100 damage. Princess Zelda gave you this bow and arrow for the battle with Dark Beast Ganon. When wielded by the hero, it fires arrows of pure light strong enough to oppose the Calamity. Fly like the wind, Socrates, let's go!
Ganon's body is called malice. None of your attacks will get through as humanity.
Jesus Christ.
Hold the malice back as much as I can, but my power is waning. Attack any glowing points that you see.
Okay. We're gonna find the glowing spots.
May you be victorious.
Bro, Socrates could realistically die here. We gotta be very careful. Oh my god! Let's go!
Ganon's power is weakening.
Shoot him in the butt! Shoot him in the butt! That's his weak spot! We got him! The motion controls are so good for aiming, oh my god!
It's working.
Bro is shooting lasers!
Hit the glowing area.
Underneath? Let's go. We got him. What is happening?
Look up there.
Oh! Oh my god.
It's the very core of Ganon's being. Do what you must, Link.
Oh Jesus Christ! And with one last shot, I took it down. Let's go! Jesus Christ, Zelda! That's a nuclear bomb! Destroy Ganon complete.
I've been keeping watch over you all this time. I've witnessed your struggles to return to us, as well as your trials in battle. I always thought, no, I always believed that you would find a way to defeat Ganon. I never lost faith in you over these many years. Thank you, Link. The hero of Hyrule. May I ask, do you really remember me? We'll make our way to Zora's domain. Divine Beast Ruta. Looks like it's stopped working. Let's investigate the situation. Mipha's father. I believe he would like to hear more about her. The least we can do is visit him and offer him some closure. Although Ganon is gone for now, there is still so much more for us to do, and so many painful memories that we must bear. I believe in my heart that if all of us work together, we can restore Hyrule to its former glory. Perhaps even beyond, but it all must start with us. Let's be off. I can no longer hear the voice inside the sword. I suppose it would make sense if my power had dwindled over the past 100 years. I'm surprised to admit it, but I can accept that.
And that's it. Quite the journey, huh? That was all that I would consider the main Breath of the Wild content. But even after seeing this video, I absolutely encourage you to play this masterpiece for yourselves. A special thanks goes to my editor Fred, who helped me make this insane project come true so close to the release of the sequel, to my girlfriend Roberta, who had to put up with me streaming and voiceovering for hours on end, and to my patrons, who are at the core of supporting my endeavors despite my tendency to hyper-focus on a project and not really send a lot of updates there. I cannot thank you guys enough. You can find the full list of videos where all this footage came from over on my other channel, Toyu VODs. If you enjoyed this, you should definitely be here on May 12th, when I'll be streaming day 1 of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom right here on the channel. You can go set a reminder at the livestream page that's on the screen right now. And hey, if you actually watched through this entire thing, you might as well subscribe while you're at it. But thank you for making it to the end. This was my biggest passion project ever, and I'm very proud of it. That's gonna be it for me for now. I'll catch you with the sequel then. Ciao!